you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Y'all are brewheads? Yeah, we brewheads. So pour a glass of craft beer, we can do this. Yeah.
What's good, y'all? This is C-Certified Brewhead, and welcome to episode 16 of the Business of Beer here on BAOS. This evening, folks, we're talking about something we haven't really touched on much on the pod before. We're going to be talking about beer festivals and everything to do with it. We did touch on it a little bit in, I think it was episode 10 or 11 with Erica when we were talking about our event, the Gardenia SpecTAPular, back in May. But that was a very specific, very different event. This is some serious festival business, goddammit, tonight. So we have a fantastic festival in the Ottawa area and a brewery in the Ottawa area coming together, and we're really going to get deep into all the different elements of a festival, like how it works and, you know, what the point is and how it supports the community and how it supports the breweries and the goals of the industry and all this. I'm really fascinated because I've heard different things from breweries, just casually chatting over the years about how different festivals work, and they all seem to have a different model, which I definitely want to talk about too. I'm really curious just to see how it all comes together. And I imagine there's probably folks watching, whether you're a festival goer or someone who owns or works at a brewery who has, you know, maybe hasn't participated before and are looking to just hear how it all goes down from the folks who actually do it. So with that, we're going to get this going. So folks, nice, that worked. Please welcome, let me see if I do this right. We got Jamie from Broadhead and Kevin from Orléans Festival in the building. Gentlemen, brought the crowd for you.
Love the crowd.
Always have to. Fellas, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I really appreciate it. This is gonna be wicked.
Yeah, this is great, man.
And Jamie has curated a fantastic lineup of beers for us tonight. A whole bunch of Broadhead, and we're starting with your flagship, right? Is this the?
Yeah. So
is that a
there's multiple beers, and yeah, it's a fan favorite. It's our top selling beer, and contrary to popular belief, it doesn't just sell in the summer; it sells year round.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
I think we should get right into it. We're going straight to that Broadhead Blueberry Blonde. That's a lot of bees saying it out loud.
Yep.
I remember I must have had this, like, how long has this been around for?
Since I started brewing it commercially around 2012-ish, 2013.
2012. Was it ever in the LCBO?
Yes.
Or is it?
It is right now.
Okay.
It's in most retail, it's in convenience, it's in LCBO, beer store, grocery stores, you name it, we try and put it in there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. While you're pouring it out there, it will come clear.
Oh yeah, no, look, it's clear as day. You can see that right now. Look at that gorgeous gem. So tell us about the beer, Jamie. So it's 5% even.
Yeah. I'm going to take a little sip to get the juices going here.
Oh, please do. Don't be scared. I'm going to take these photos real quick.
So it's a 5% beer. To be honest, I can tell a couple of stories about it. The stats are it's 5%, serum color's 5, IBUs are 12. So it's really low on the bitterness scale. Taste-wise, it pours like a blonde beer. It kind of looks like a blonde beer, but just slightly darker due to the blueberries in it. But yeah, it was one of those beers that caught us by surprise. And I'll say I'm very active in sports. I'm an active guy. And one of the players on one of my ball teams, him and his father, cheers, boys.
Cheers, legends. Glad to take a sip there. Nice.
Yeah, they own Kanata Blueberry Farm just outside of Orleans here.
Oh yeah.
And one year they had a crop that they're like a picket place that anybody would go and you'd pick these blueberries. And he came to me and he said, you know, we have too many blueberries and the season's almost over. Is there anything that you could do with blueberries and beer? And I was inspired by a brewery out in the East Coast, Pump House Brewery. And I got to brew out there. I want to say this was in like 2005, well before I was a brewer, or even the brewery was a thing. I was just an avid beer guy. And we had some significant events that were happening that year between me and my spouse. And she was like, can you make me a fruit beer? So I made this beer. It was supposed to be a one-off that we made literally 2 kegs of, and turns out we put it in we now call it our Taproom Series, and it was widely popular, and it literally went nuts and blew up on us to where people were hashtagging the LCBO to tell them to put it on the shelves. So it quickly became our top selling product.
That's fun, dude. Like when that happens, like just organically, you make something and the people just are here for it.
Yeah.
It's my co-host Nathan is lives in Ottawa, and he was telling me it's one of the most popular beers in the whole area. Period.
Yeah. We the biggest tank in the brewery houses this liquid 100% of the time. So we don't brew any batches smaller than 80 hectoliters with this one. So
all right, so it's not a joke. And it's got real blueberries, which I wasn't aware of. That's awesome. The flavor is like so good. And how do you stop the color from coming through?
So we do a few things. It's actually a very difficult beer to make.
Yeah, I can imagine.
When you're adding blueberries, and the recipe, I'll be honest, has evolved over years. I mean, when I was buying from Kanata, it got to a point where it was like, holy crap, you need a lot of blueberries. Like this is like, we still want to sell to the public. Like you got to find a new supplier.
Right.
So we were getting blueberries from, the East Coast up north. And for the brewers, that's really hard. You have some blueberries are big, some are small, some are light color, some are darker, and they have different tartness. So they're playing with that all the time. And, people commented on consistency. They commented on color. One of the hardest things is when you add the blueberries or a blueberry puree, which we now use, we find it easier to handle with. When you put that in a tank, what happens is it'll settle out at the bottom. So when you're canning it or kegging it, the first few batches have a lot of blueberry taste, and the last kegs have very little blueberry taste. So literally, as you're emptying the tank, the taste profile changes. So we've had to do things like let it rest in a tank for 2 days, blow CO2 up the bottom to re-stir the tank.
Distribute it.
All kinds of things like that, where even our canning line, if you can imagine, when you're canning beer and you're filling cans at a time, it stops and starts, right? So what we found was happening was literally in the tank, the liquid in the tank was shaking as you're filling, and that would make chunks of blueberry come into suspension again. So it's been a very difficult beer to make, but I will give kudos where it's due. And we have a very intelligent, very smart brewmaster named Mark Phillips. He's literally streamlined this beer and made it super consistent. And he actually adds in, and I'm not going to pretend that I know exactly what he does, but it doesn't just go into a fermenter or a bright tank. He does it during the filtration process. So some of that stuff gets stripped out by some of the color gets stripped out, and some of the, I'll call it chunks of puree, get stripped out as it funnels through the filter on the way to the brights. So he's done a lot of cool things that I can't, that guy's forgot more about beer than I'll ever know. So I owe a very consistent blueberry product to Mark Phillips.
Shout out to Mark. That's sick, man. It's always the most sort of like simplest beers, I guess, are the toughest to make happen. So it's that's really interesting to hear about that. And I guess the puree does make way more sense, business sense, I'm sure, as well. And like it's already done, less processing.
Less processing, and when you're buying 220-gallon totes at a time, you try and keep those blueberries fresh. Your brew schedule gets pushed by 3 or 4 days, and all of a sudden you got a pile of rotting blueberries on your hands. So you gotta change with volumes, and we try and keep that as it's all natural ingredients and that kind of thing. So we try and keep it as true to what I wanted the brewery to be as possible.
That's awesome, man. Thank you for that story. That's fun, and I know there's probably a lot of people who've been drinking this beer for a hot minute that didn't know that, and we're probably pretty happy to hear that story. Okay, amazing. So go on, bro.
I was just going to say it's been through multiple names even.
Oh, yeah?
It's been called Bodacious Blueberry Blonde. It's been called The Blueprint, and now Blueberry Blonde Ale.
Kept it simple.
Yep.
Yeah, clean.
Yeah.
I like it. That's great, man. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is a great way to kick it off. So then let's get down to business. So the first thing first, we're going to get into, I think it'd be good just to maybe give a quick bit of background on each of you guys to just introduce who you guys both are and what you kind of do before we get really into the details there. So starting with you, Kevin, tell us about yourself. Maybe give us a quick summary of your beer history, like, you know, or anything you've done sort of in the industry, or if not, other stuff that's relevant, and sort of maybe how the festival came about.
Yeah, for sure. I wish I could be as experienced and detailed here on that from Jamie's perspective, but you know, I worked in the restaurant industry for many moons. Obviously, partook in a number of beers throughout that time. Always enjoyed a good beer. So, from my perspective, it is much the same way Jamie was talking about that. It wasn't so much the beer that started the company; it was more so the idea about bringing the community together. So I found that was the impetus for the whole thing on the festival side. Yeah, the festivals is not my full-time gig. So
Okay.
you know, I started this on the side of my desk kind of thing with a partner initially. Alana Baker and I had started this festival back in 2017.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a passion project. As you know from having done these festivals, I guess it's not always an immediate moneymaker. It is a grind. But I like to think that if you do it well over time, it starts to bear fruit.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Then
Yeah.
we're gonna go in deeper on obviously and all that
Sure.
as we go.
Yeah.
And then Jamie, maybe give us the same thing, bit of a history of your high level of what you've done in beer and how the brewery came about.
Yeah, so to sum it up in the easiest possible way, it was a hobby that got away from me. My dad was a home brewer when he was younger, and when I was a kid, and I have photos of me in the bathtub cleaning his bottles, you know, like that they were filling maybe 5 or 6 bottles at a time off these little mini batches. And so I grew up in that type of environment, and really all through college, university, we were trying to make cheap beer, so we made beer ourselves. And to be honest, it wasn't that great. But when you're a poor student, it's like, well, here we are.
Yeah.
And I moved to Ottawa when I was 19 years old, and I met my business partner Josh Larock, and he's an aerospace engineer, and I'm a mechanical engineering technologist. And
Wow.
I reached out to him through a mutual friend, Jason Smale, who also helped get the brewery off the ground. And I was trying to build a brew house in my basement so that I could make, 20 to 40 liters at a time and have 3 or 4 draft lines. And I had built a wet bar, and I was like, I want to make my own stuff and do my own thing. When I met him, it was just like 2 awesome worlds colliding. And he was like, holy crap, with your mechanical mind and what I can do with computers, like maybe you shouldn't build a system. Maybe you should just brew with me. And it became a religion for us on Saturday afternoons. And we built a 20-liter system in the garage, which evolved to a 100-liter system in the laundry room. And then, before we knew it, we were signing a 900 square foot lease in our first building. And, that started because I was drunk one day with him, and we were making beer, and he looked at me and he said, it's been my lifelong dream to start a brewery. And if you know me, Kev knows me, I when somebody says something that serious, to me, that's serious. And if you're not doing what you love, no matter what you make, I find that a problem. So I was like, I can help fund it. If it gets off the ground, I'll quit my job. And I had a great government job, but it just started exploding on us. And it was like, yeah, we got to take this serious. And before we knew it, we were building the 14,000 square foot facility in Orleans that we're in now.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
What year was that, Jamie, that you moved to Orleans?
So we established the brewery in fall of 2011, and I opened the doors in Orleans December 7th, 2019.
Yeah, wow.
So 4 months before COVID hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof, that's something we're going to be talking about. So there was an original space in 2011 that was in Ottawa, and then it moved, or a secondary location in Orleans.
Yeah, so we went from 900 square feet on Antares Drive. Our landlord, Andrew, was awesome. And when we outgrew the space we were in, he's like, guys, I literally have a space twice the size on the other side of the building. So we didn't even have to change our letterhead. We literally moved to the other side of the building, had double the space, built the second brewery with the goal to get enough capital or get our sales to where the banks were happy and we could fund the current brewery that we're in now. So that
and that
was,
took that 6 years or whatever.
yeah, we were almost 7 years. And then in the background, it was 2 years of development to build this place. So.
Gotcha. Okay. That's crazy. Thank you. That's great. Okay. So now we've laid out who you guys are, what's going on there. So I guess we could start at like maybe we just get into like the crux of like maybe we talk about actually what a beer festival is, and then we can like or how it works specifically for the Orleans festival. I think that might even be the best thing, because like I was saying in the intro, I'd heard different things about just the way that things work with some, I've been to obviously a bunch. So sometimes it's tokens, sometimes it's all you can drink, and it's all different sort of models. So maybe you want to talk about the model of the festival.
Yeah, sure. And just like Jamie, it's something that's grown over the years. I mean, we started this back in 2017. I want to say we had maybe 12 or 14 breweries out.
Yeah.
Small footprint. And I think we even had a Sunday that was deemed to be like a family day, which was a nightmare after pouring beers till 11 o'clock at night on the Saturday, both from a vendor perspective and the organizer's perspective, having kids screaming around the events. But yeah, it started off small, and like I said in the beginning, it definitely didn't turn a dollar, right? So there are a lot of time invested for that. So I think we've retooled and reworked that model over a period of time. And for us, it is a token system. So we sell our tokens for $2 a token.
Okay.
And
what
then
does
we
that
have
get you?
we have 3 different pour lines. We have a 4 ounce,
Yep.
an 8 ounce, and a 16 ounce.
Okay.
So our perspective with the whole thing, because there's also, a music component to it and a big stage and what have you, our sense of it is, if you want to go ahead and taste a number of beers, go right ahead. And if you find something you like and you want to move to the stage for a conversation with friends, grab it and go. So over that time from here, like from then till now, we've grown to about 30 Ontario breweries. And I think for the most part, I think we're the biggest craft beer festival from here to Toronto. Toronto does some other ones out there now, but yeah, we've got a lot of returning vendors year after year too, which is great. So yeah, token system, uniqueness of our token system, I guess, from our perspective, is you can reuse your tokens. So we say at the end of the night, if you've happened to buy, $40 worth of tokens and use 20, the next event that we have, you can bring those tokens right back and use them.
Oh, that's
so we also
dope.
have, so
Dude,
expanding
so
this year
nice.
into Canada, they can use the same tokens as they did at Orleans. So from our perspective, it does a couple things. It avoids that whole, back and forth at the end of the night. We're very clear with that on the messaging. And then it also invites people to look around their house and, I don't know, you look through your sock drawer and all of a sudden you find 8 loose tokens or $16. Well, hell, I'll buy a ticket, right? And I'll show up to the next event. So it also brings some people back. And I know we're talking beer, but we also run a Cork and Fork, so more wine and food event in November as well. So the tokens are reusable for any event that we do right now. So I think that's a key component for us. Yeah.
That is one of the smartest things I've ever heard as far as a festival. Because when you said the back and forth at the end, it's more like, you mean the people like, oh, should I get more? Because I don't know if I can go. Or you mean them like they're just spending, so they're crushing.
Well, that's the thing. And I've been to festivals just recently enough, where they did the actual peeling tickets, right? When you're walking home at the end of the night and you've got, 4 or 5 of these, to me, you've paid for them, but you haven't had the chance to use them. It'd be nice to be able to say you can reuse them the following year, right? At whatever event you're going to. So like in that moment where we actually saw somebody with one of our shirts. So we gave him our tickets before leaving. But yeah, it's just our way to kind of continually have that back to the community. And we run contests that offer some free tokens along the way, and find tokens and things like that. So it's kind of and we have people on socials constantly posting in some of our contests, here's the amount of tokens I have, and even one of the contests around who has the most tokens left over from the festival. And it's always kind of comical to me that, you can recognize the guys just by visually who they are, the ones that are buying that, that I'll get 80 bucks worth. And it's like, what's 10, 15? Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. Have at her,
Well, at least they know they're not going to waste. I've never heard anything like that before. I think that's like, that makes sense on multiple levels. Like, it's a win for everybody. Because like you said, whether you do it intentionally or you have some left over and you're a little lit, and next day you wake up and you find them sick, you're like, but it's going to be on next year, and it's going to make, if they were iffy about it, well, you're like, well, I already got all these tokens, I already spent the money, like what's
Yeah.
It may as well, like, what's a ticket worth? So I'm on the website right now. Say Kanata,
so the admission is $25, and
I love that.
And that hasn't gone up much over the time. And I remember in year one, and I'm not sure if I ever told you this, Jamie, year one, I think we were 15, and it included taxes and it included our fees. So we were paying those. I think we were paying like basically, $11 to get in the gate, whatever it was. And I still remember the odd person coming in and complaining they had to pay to go to an event. Yeah. And you're walking them through and saying, but look at the security, look at the fence, look at the stage, look at the musicians, look at the light and everything. And we were losing money, right? And it's funny how over time, we haven't raised ticket prices all that much, for sure, in comparison to other events. But we never hear a complaint about our price point now. Not a moment. And to be frank with you, tracking ticket sales from the previous years, funny story, in 2017, I still remember telling my wife that I said, I think we'll be into it for about 45,000, I think, at that time. And we didn't have much to the festival, and that's way gone up from here. But we were into it for double that almost. And I remember her asking me, we only had 200 tickets sold with like a week left to go, and a lot of walk-up crowd in Ottawa. And I still remember her asking, well, are we still into 45? Are we still losing 45? And I looked at her and said, yeah, but I didn't expand on the other 45 at the time. So I was shitting bullets for a good, for a good week, but we had a decent walk-up crowd. And like other events that are outdoors, you're really dependent on the weather, right? So one of the things that we invest in, and quite heavily, is our tent system. So, you're talking about, turning a dollar. I've chosen the wrong business, because the tent system, we spend about, even for the Kanata one, good 18,000 on just tents, just to make sure that there's coverage over the ground, so that on the chance that somebody comes out and hasn't been to the festival before, if it's sunny and hot, they've got a place to rest and get out of the heat a bit. And if it's raining, they got a place to go too, right? So it's our way of kind of bringing an indoor feel to an outdoor event.
Well, and I remember talking to customers that were coming to us in those first few years, and they had the same comment: why would I go to this event that I got to pay for when these ones are free? And Kev, you bring a lot more. You can go to that event, and to me, even at what you're charging now, which is still to me a deal, you can be entertained for the whole night for $25. You can be there for 4 hours for $25 if you want it. To me, that's the cheapest night out. And
well, I always compare it, man, to like, if you're somebody said that the other day, like, how much would I spend? And they get that window, they get the same question at the token booth all the time. So and kudos to my wife and my mother and all my close friends who spend the entire event in that token booth running that thing and answering the same question time after time. And now we have those TVs in front of there answering those questions for them. But the idea that, what do I get for this? And my question back to people now is, well, if you're going on a date and you're going out for dinner with no entertainment, because there's food trucks there as well, right? And of course, maybe a different variety of food. But if you're going out for a date and you're having a few drinks, what do you expect to spend, right? So at the event, if you're spending, $50 on tokens, you can get away with your full night. So my thing of it is, I don't know about you guys, but I'll spend $100 just going out for a couple of hours. Like, it's, so, and then the other side I looked at it too is the perspective of the big stage and what we do there. And we try to promote a lot of local artists. So we've brought in some bigger names in the past. You know, we threw back to Barstool Profits one year and tried them out, and they did great. But to me, what really, really resonated was having these local artists have this opportunity to get on a big stage, you know, and play in front of a packed house. And I think that piece of it made me realize that, and this is no slight to the breweries when I say this at all, Jamie, but you recognize some of the cover charges for a local band playing in a brewery is $20-25 sometimes. So, you know, that's the way I look at it. Is it's the price of having a night out, I guess, right? So, and it's not far off now, because now, I was just saying this story the other day, in Orleans now, we start selling our tickets about 3 months out.
Okay.
And the first night the tickets go on sale this year, I was like amazed. They went on sale, and the first night we almost had 1,300 tickets sold.
Jesus.
So
3 months out.
yeah, so it's now because it sells out every year, people are learning that a bit more. And I'm recognizing, like, people always told me that it takes 3 to 4 years to make anything on an event, and it's true. But once you start seeing that need to come out because they're worried about it selling out, it lowers your marketing dollars behind the event, because word of mouth is right there. So, and again, staying to a smaller community, it's super easy to have your neighbors talking at hockey, talking at school, talking at the breweries, right?
Do you think any of it has to do with like my fiance opening her bedroom nightstand and seeing those yellow tokens in there every morning? You know, just like reminding her of that festival a year out.
Yeah.
I seriously think that works. You know?
Yeah, no, for sure. I still, from time to time, and yeah, we got and again, big shout out to my mother for and my mother-in-law for every year spending hours upon hours, you know, putting them 10 a bag, and we have like it's like, I don't know, 300,000 tokens. Like, we've got a lot from overseas, right? So they bag these things year after year, and you know, bless them. I'm putting these tokens in little dime bags out there all the time, and that's
Breaking Bad over there.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love all that. I think as well, the other thing about the price for entry is that around the time you started, the 2017-ish, that was probably when the introduction of the other model of festivals probably came into Ontario or Canada, where you pay $100 plus for unlimited drinks. So I feel like there's, like, for our festival, we did, I think it was $25 early bird and like $30 after or something like that, and then just tokens as cheap as we could possibly make it. We weren't trying to milk anyone for cash. You know, as you said, this is not exactly a money making thing. This was like a give back. You know? And
we looked at those two models, right? We looked at the model that would have more people in the gate. For, let's say, for example, it was $75 and all you can drink. And then, of course, I think of myself when I was 25, and if I could afford a $75 and all you could drink, like, I'd be destroyed by 9 o'clock.
People were.
Right. So, and then if I'm going with my wife, who might not drink nearly as much, I might have two, she might say, well, $75 is a ripoff. I only have 2 beers. So that was a scale of that we looked at and said, you know what, if we just offer the tokens and they spend what they want to spend, so be it. And there are people that come in there and literally will say, you know, can I have 12 tokens? Can I have 8 tokens? And, you know, it's whatever floats your boat, right? If you want to have a good night, great. As long as you're, and I'll say this continually throughout this session, is as long as you're ensuring they have a safe ride home and you're well taken care of, like, you know, everybody's smart certified. We make sure that it's well and secure. We've never, knock on wood, never had an issue in seven years of running the event. So
that's great.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely the move, allowing people to just have that choice. That's why we went with that. Like, you could go, and I understand the other model too, but it was like, I always found it like almost like stressful, because then you've prepaid up front and you've almost like, you feel like pressure to get your value. So you're like, and there's often those type of, like, usually like the hype festivals where they brought in stuff from the States or whatever, and you're like, oh fuck, everyone's lining up over here, I gotta jump in that because otherwise I'm gonna miss out, because it's like one keg, and it's just like this. I never particularly enjoy. I understand it and I get why people dig it, but for me, it was always like, this is too much. Like, it's
well, and how many times have we gone to a buffet? Like, I think of like Chinese buffet places, right? And you pay a certain price, and you're like, you're full of shit. But you're
you're like,
saying,
I'm
fuck it,
going
I'm
for
going
more.
back for my third plate because I want to make my money, right?
Yeah.
You're walking out of there with a terrible experience. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. So the other side of the model that I want to, if you can speak to this, if you can't, that's no problem.
Yeah, for sure.
Over the years, as far as how the breweries work, so that was the consumer side, so the brewery side. So there's some festivals that I believe pay for the opportunity to be there, and then kind of makes it. I could completely understand that it wouldn't even make sense to kind of not pay, really. But I've heard there's like different models with regard to that. Sometimes breweries pay, sometimes they don't. Or if I think there
A
might be
mix of the both.
a mix of the both, in the sense of sometimes the brews keep the tokens at the end, they cash it in with the festival to be like, this is how much we sold, and then you get X amount of dollars per token back. Yeah, like I don't know if you can even speak to the other models and then talk about your one as well, just to explain the differences, because maybe I'm mixing some stuff up.
No, for sure. And I got to be frank. When we took off in 2017, I didn't have a ton of research behind me. I think like it was one of these challenges of, hey, let's do it, and sitting around the table and having a bottle of wine with somebody and saying, yeah, let's try it. Right. I had just, and I think I touched on this before this started with you. I'll quickly touch on this. I had run an event for a friend of mine that I lost 10 years ago to lung cancer, and recognized by putting these events to raise awareness around lung cancer, there's a huge community that wanted to come out and support. And in that moment, you realize that people are catching up because they're coming out of their caves in their basement and their kids' activities and reconnecting, right? And that kind of threw this forward. And I didn't have the chance before really deciding to make this work, because I wanted to make it work in the same year that we were really talking about it, was to do a bit of research. And I found that I went to a lot of the breweries that were participating in other events and asking for their opinion. Like, what works well, what doesn't. And
Smart.
I found overwhelmingly there was typically a high take back on the tokens in some cases,
What
right?
does that mean?
Pardon me?
What does that mean? Take back.
Like, so for example, they retain 50% of the sales,
I see.
right?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And from the perspective, they're thinking like, hey, it's coming out of their marketing budget. They're gonna if they have certain funds set aside for a marketing budget, they'll partake in the event. And my feeling from day one, so our vendor price point has changed by, I think it's been $100 in 8 years.
Yeah. Very little.
So we don't like, and that's, I came into it from the perspective, honestly, and I'm not saying for the broadcast, was the idea that I want to make sure the vendors are well supported, because at the end of the day, if you don't have them well supported, they're gone, right? So my thing is, I wear it like a badge that we've had 90% of our vendors from all want to come back, and every year we don't try to expand it too far, but we have a waiting list of 15 to 20 breweries every year that want to take part. And this year we offered the opportunity for the vendors to come in at a reduced price for both events. So Orléans and launching something new in Kanata, with the idea that it's hard to sell in a new community. Like, it's amazing to me that we're only, a half-hour drive away from each other in Ottawa. And we have a lot of people from Kanata, and we do demographics now. And we got people from the East Coast coming, but we have a lot of people from Kanata coming down, and they still in that community don't quite understand what we do or how we do it, right? So going back to the business of the vendors, I want to make sure that at the very least, they're walking away not spending at the event. So if I can recover and give out, a check at the end of the event, in some cases for $4,000 and $5,000 for some of the breweries, that to me is you're recovering in that case. So at the very least, and if you're turning a profit, great. But the idea, I don't want you walking away saying, man, all that weekend and all that exposure, although great, cost us money. Because I hear it time and time again from the breweries, like as well organized as Jamie and his shop are, there are a lot of, I want to say mom or pop shops that have the same person. Like, I walked in delivering signs to a brewery last year, and I still remember that the same guy that was in front pouring the pints was back making the pizzas, and is doing everything, and just to make sure that they're paying the bills. So I don't want to come in here as a festival owner and say, you know what, I'm going to gouge you at the event to make sure that we're profiting. I expect that the community, if they come around it, will be able to support it. And I think it's done that. So I think it's really done that over the last, especially coming out of COVID, right?
Yep.
Definitely. What I was thinking, let's get to the next beer. Then I'd like to get
Yes.
Jamie's take on that, and like from a brewery's perspective on the different models that you've experienced from different festivals as well, and sort of what works well, what doesn't work, which I love. So with that, which is remind me the next one.
Let's go to Ottawa Wheat 26.
Perfect. Now, this one, I believe, is the only one here with the silver bullet and
Correct.
the wrap. So does that signify something specific?
Yeah, so all of our, which we'll end with a couple if that
Okay.
works for you guys. We have
Absolutely.
a series called our 174 series that I'll explain a little bit more when we get to the end. And all those beers have I call it a PSL label, a pressure sensitive label.
Okay.
This one's the same, and I'll talk a little bit about the beer and why it has this label and the really delightful story behind it. So Ottawa Wheat was a beer that I wanted to make. So my family, I lost a father to cancer. I lost a grandparent to cancer. I think we can all agree that pretty much everybody we know has been touched by cancer.
Yep.
I try and do something every single year that will donate back or make a cancer person, their life a little bit better. In walks Emily Clark from the Ottawa Charge here. She's a two-time Canadian Olympic hockey player, and I get introduced through her agent, Brant. And, he tells me that she's always wanted her whole life to create a beer. And so I invited her and her family over to the brewery. We sat for an afternoon. We didn't know what kind of beer we were going to make or what we were going to do for her. And with an overarching goal of supporting cancer, but also trying to, without getting in trouble with laws, support female sport, like shine a light on female sport. The AGCO laws are very strict about sponsoring an athlete and this kind of thing. So we do not sponsor an athlete. I am a good friend of Emily's, and we are working with Emily as a person, not as a sports individual.
Okay.
Great job.
And when I met her, she wanted a beer that was, in her words, not mine, crushable on a patio from spring to the end of summer. She wanted a fruit in it. She didn't necessarily need it to be perfectly clear, but she didn't want it to be really hoppy. So I sat at the bar and, I started by pouring very healthy samples, and she, being the athlete she was like, I will sip 2 ounces at a time, and don't be offended if I don't drink more. I'm on a regiment. And we came up with this product, which is a raspberry wheat, and it comes out at 4.4%. This beer went nuts for us, and we agreed that we would make it as long as it was successful. We'd make a temporary batch and throw a PSL label on it. The label itself signifies the wheat from Saskatoon, where she's from, the hockey stick, which she plays on a hockey team, the sun from Saskatchewan, Ottawa, because we make it here, and number 26, because that's her number.
Yeah.
So her and Caitlin Stokes, my designer, worked on this together, both
Cheers,
females.
Yes.
Cheers.
Mm.
So I just want to try it while you're talking about it.
Yeah, and you'll kind of, as you drink it, you get that raspberry on the nose, and it comes into the palate pretty well. And then at the end, you get that little bit of tartness, but it's not a sour. It's just that little bit of that raspberry twang. And I think she did a great job picking the beer. She did a great job highlighting it. And we've agreed to donate, she agreed to donate all of her proceeds, and we do the same. And we coupled with the breast health unit at Ottawa Hospital. And it's an ongoing thing. And we told her that as long as, she's playing hockey and she's willing to work with us, we'll produce this beer. So she just signed a 2-year contract, and I will be donating every month to the hospital for the next 2 years, very, very, very proudly, to support cancer.
Kudos, Jamie. That's
Yeah,
awesome, man.
That's really
Thank you.
dope.
Yeah.
Cool story. I like that. Like every element of the label too was represents something that's
Yeah.
meaningful to her, and that there's like a keeping everyone accountable on
Yeah, and
multiple
if
levels. I like that.
Caitlin Stokes and her, when they got together, it's hard to tell because we're all holding single cans, but if you clip this into a 6-pack, both panels on the left and right are red, and the middle is white with a red middle. It literally looks like a Canadian flag on purpose.
Sick.
So
Yeah.
we tried to keep it with the elbows up and the themes of this year, and this one had a lot of meaning behind it.
Super thoughtful, bro. I love that. Great shit.
Thank you.
Is this in any sort of distro, or is this a brewery only fun?
Yeah, so available at the brewery. You can buy it online. We'll provincial ship it right to your house. There's a few establishments, like obviously Craft down at Lansdowne. The whole hockey team goes there. We did a launch party there. They support it. And believe it or not, we got this in for a submission for an LCBO seasonal this spring.
Nice.
And it's made it through all the pre-submissions, and we're waiting to hear back. They just did a tasting on, I believe it was the 4th of September, and if it gets the nod, we'll be shelving it this spring. So fingers crossed.
Amazing. Hell yeah. That's awesome, man. That's fun.
Yeah.
It's not a style I drink as much these days, so it's nice to back when I first started drinking beer, I guess 2011, 2010, wheats was so big, and I lived in Montreal for 10 years, so they were everywhere, you know. And I feel like out here it's not as much of a thing, I guess. Over time, so I feel like it's like this is great, and adding the fruit to it is a really nice touch.
Yeah, I remember like the McCauslins and the apricot beers and things that they used to make, and it was
my
pretty
favorite.
good. Really great beers. And so when she said she wanted to make this, we were excited to get behind it.
It's a little nostalgic. Love it.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
And it's good that it's popular too. That there's still a good market for it. That's awesome. Thanks, man. To jump back into where we were, so we just talked about the consumer model and then the brewery model from both the Orleans and the Kanata festivals. From your perspective, Jamie, do you have any like actually what you were saying, Kevin, is when you were asking the brewers for their feedback in general, what they like, what they didn't like. Probably the same question actually is the best one for you, Jamie. Is there from a brewery, if you're a brewery and you're like, all right, well, there's all these different festivals that you could choose to participate in, you know, which models have you worked with that you liked, or is there no exact model that anyone's really done that you think would be perfect, which would be like really good feedback? But
yeah, I mean, right now, I think it changes with time too. Okay. It depends on the time. From the brewery's perspective, I think it depends on the size of the brewery, your profit margins, and where your margins are, to be honest. Not to get too far into the business side, but
business of beer.
Yeah, like my viewpoint has really changed. Like when I was just starting the brewery, I'll admit, much like Kevin said, if a guy came up to me and said, you know, you're on your own for tickets, you get no kickback, and the booth fee's $2,000, good luck. You know, in my early days, I'd be like, there's no way in hell I'm going to spend $2,000 to potentially sell a few pints at your festival. I like the model that Kevin has. It puts onus on both sides, and it's almost like some of the business deals that I do, I call them true partnerships, where you really don't screw each other and you motivate each other. And what I like about Kev's model is he gets a little bit of cash off a booth fee that holds me accountable, and he knows I'm coming, and I'm going to come because I'm paying that booth fee, and rightfully so. He's going to do a boatload of work he's going to do more work than I am to go to that festival. Right. So he deserves some cash there. But then I like the split, and we can talk if it's 50, 20, 80% kickback. Doesn't matter to me. When, as a brewery owner, when you start talking about a kickback, now my guy in the booth has to be a salesman. And if I am not selling enough tokens. We're not doing our job in the booth. That doesn't have to do with Kevin. So you give me a split on that token, and I'm going to work really hard in that booth to get my cut back. So it puts pressure on your staff. Pick the right staff. Make sure they're not dilly-dallying, looking at their phones and engaging with people. And you might get out of your booth, start shaking hands. For me, when I started early in my career, I looked at it as a $2,000 expense. Now, if a booth fee is $1,000 and I get a split, or it's $800, $500, I don't care. I can go rent a billboard that is static and doesn't tell a story, and it's going to cost me a couple of grand. I can pay a booth fee, and I can do what I'm doing right now and tell a story behind the beer and sell my product right from my mouth, the guy who made it and created it. And to me, that is the best possible way to market my beer, even if it costs me something. If I walk out of that as a break even or even losing a little bit of money, from a brewery's perspective, in my opinion, in this age and the size of our brewery, that is an advertising expense, and it's the best one you can get.
Okay.
I love that.
Yeah, well
That's
said,
awesome,
bro.
man.
So the main benefit. Okay, I love that. I don't know which way I want to go. I was gonna go sort of the main benefits of breweries, but just before maybe I jump into that, the split with the token. So a couple of things I'm thinking. You were saying you need to work harder to attract people. What does that look like for a brewery? Like you said, you walk out there and shake hands. That means just go up to randoms in a Broadhead t-shirt. Like, hey guys, what's going on? Come by. We've got this
Yeah.
this beer and this beer and this beer that maybe you like. Or like, what does
Yeah.
that look like? That just means like not being down there. I mean, look, and if someone walks by, hey, how you doing? Like, just to try and
Engaging. I mean, I'll ask both of you, what's the first thing that happens when you walk into a restaurant? A host greets you, says, hi, how's your day? Let me help you to your table or whatever. If I'm in my booth and the first thing I ask you, how's your day? And then we're talking, what kind of beers do you usually like? The next thing you know, I've zeroed in on your beer. I'm probably going to pour you one, and then you're going to tell me how much you want that 4, 8, or 16 ounces. And you've engaged with that customer. And if your conversation is good, you're good. No, there's a million other things you can do. You can have a contest. You can have people, scanning a QR code. Now I got a database built up for a website, or blasting of limited series. I might have a pinwheel that I spin with a contest that they can enter. It can be as simple as, I love it, guys that have delicious beers. They put up a beautiful tent. It's brand new. Everything looks prime, and they don't put out a sign of what they have. So for me, dumb it down for people. Put out a chalk sign out front with, the way I'm presenting the beers. It's this type of beer, this alcohol, this bitterness at minimum, so they know what they're drinking. And then what I'll do is, I'll take the beers and literally put cans up, even if I'm pouring from draft, on the bar on both sides. So if I get a line up here and they can't see it, they're going to look at that. If it's loud and there's a lot of, like Saturday night, Kev, when you have a lot of music going and there's a couple thousand people in there and you can't hear, the guy that's trying to yell across the bar to tell you what kind of beer versus the guy that points to the can, I'm going to sell fast, and we're going to turn people over faster, and I'm going to get those tokens quicker. So that efficiency of the booth is a real thing.
Yeah, and I can add to that really quickly, because you talked about something before about the fee and accountability. And from our perspective, and I'm not sure about you when you ran your festival, it's timely for us to get vendor insurance, vendor products, smart serve employees. We have all this on file when the HGCO comes out. Also, though, payment, right? And then over years, we've evolved a bit to the point where we said, you know what, the first 10 breweries that pay, or that I think that sign up or pay, get in, and we'll do a random selection, so a spin the wheel kind of thing, and they'll get the first 10 spots based on the spin wheel.
So you get priority pick where your booth is.
Where the booth is. But the funny thing on that, and this is the truth of the matter, I've always said that it's personality, presentation, and product. So the 3 Ps. So I've had breweries that have deemed to select one of what they would think is the top spot, right, from where they see. And I always say there's no real bad spots, but
Mhm.
that brewery was probably in the lowest 20th percentile kind of thing, right? Because
Right.
they sat there and they weren't engaging, they weren't interacting. We Our June event in Orleans kind of coincides with the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Right.
We have a couple of breweries that have TVs,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden there's the people that are there, and it can be, you know, a positive or a negative, aren't going very far from that booth because they want
Just
to watch.
staring at the TV.
They're staring at
Yeah.
the TV,
Oh, like
and
they're bringing a television to the festival to play a hockey game.
well, listen, I'll tell you two things. This past year, so I'll go back a bit. Back when the Raptors went to the finals.
2019.
Yeah, you
Yep.
got it. It was a last minute thing, and I still remember I had an interview with Giacomo on CBC that year, and he was asking about a few things. And one of the things was the game, and I panicked. I went out and got this massive screen and a projector, and right beside the stage, we had like a 20-foot by 40-foot screen of the Raptors playing as well. This year, in a very similar way, we had a couple TVs set up in the tent, and a really Canadiana moment happened there because I was trying to set the TVs up with a 5 account and I couldn't for the life of me remember my password, nothing, right? And we have police officers on duty, and this cop comes around and says, "I'll use my code." And I said, "Well, they'll see, everybody here is going to see your code, right? What you're putting in." And she turns to the group and kind of puts her hand to her side and says, "Everybody look the fuck away right now." And so it was a big joke, right? She put the game on. The biggest chance of the night you could hear over the band was them screaming for the hockey game coming on. And then it was so I look at those moments as being this opportunity for the vendors too to partake in that, right? Like if they have something there that's like you said, the pinwheel, anything contest related. I love the uniqueness of all the booths too. I find that every year it's very unique, right? They bring in pieces like a Tetris board, and it puts it together, and it's this monumental, really unique bar for a 10 by 10 spot. So
Okay, so does the breweries bring all your own stuff? Like there's nothing provided, or
Yep.
how does it work? With that?
we provide electricity. We provide we have lighting. We have extra tables, extra chairs, things of
Just in
that
case.
nature.
Right.
We give that space.
Water stations.
Water
Right,
stations.
so, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then I'm just trying to picture it. I know we have a video we're going to watch at some point during this.
Sure.
It's like a minute we can actually see it, but I'm picturing, like the breweries have like you said, 10 by 10, those big branded tent things. So breweries bring those joints, and you can set it all up as it sounds like what you're describing. Because I guess I remember the last real proper like festival like that I'd been to would have been pre-COVID, but I don't really recall seeing individual breweries like set up a crazy like experience, I guess, in their tent. It's usually like, here's the logo at the top, and here's the table, and there's a jockey box, and they're pouring, and then you pick. It sounds like there's a lot more engaging just things to look at along. Obviously things like TV, like the games,
Yep.
Well, that's the thing too. As much as we want to have exposure, we don't want to have too many breweries, so it's not necessarily successful for the ones that are there. At the same time, in a sense, it's such what I've learned over time here. It's such a great community. Like we have tons and tons of pictures of all the breweries coming together and taking this one picture before the event. And beyond that, though, it's also a bit of competitiveness for that space, right? You've got 30 breweries competing for everybody's eyes. And I'll always say that you have, every session that we have 3 sessions over 2 days. You have 2,500 kind of sets of eyes for every session on your booth. So you want them to stop, right? And have that conversation like Jamie was saying. And, as long as the people that are serving have a bit of a background on what they're serving, I think it's a great opportunity for them to give an education. One of the biggest moments for me, and one of the first years we had, and this brewery is now no longer operational, but Took the Brew, remember them?
Yes.
Yep.
Nembrum. I went in to deliver checks. So I want to always pay the checks within 10 days after the event. I always want to go and shake hands and just talk about their experience to find out firsthand how it went. And I went to go see him and his wife at the time. And he was over the moon and he showed me there was somebody in the brewery who were picking it up, and they said it's because they had tasted it the night before. So the week before, sorry. So it was kind of a unique experience from hearing from that, and that's what you want to see. It's not just the night and what they're walking away from the event. To me, if it's more exposure for those breweries in the area, and then people are actually, visiting, and we try to provide that on socials as well, then that's a win. So
That's the perfect sort of segue to the other question I was going to ask
yeah,
was what's in it for the brewery. So from what I'm gathering, and I know this, you guys can sort of explain more from both your perspectives. So obviously there's exposure to thousands of people per session. Is that a
Yep.
yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
So literal thousands of people who either are familiar or aren't familiar, and even if they know who you are, maybe they haven't tried your stuff. So there's an opportunity to put your products at an affordable rate. A couple bucks for a 4-ounce pour is extremely good value to be able to casually try it and be like, "Yo, that's pretty fire. Let me go get bigger pours or try some of their other stuff." It would also, and then that ideally the situation you just described, Kevin, is that, and you were personally there when that customer was in it. That's pretty awesome timing. So then the idea is you're converting people from discovering you at an event to then physically visiting the brewery or ordering online or doing something like that to sort of convert new leads. So or new customers. So it sounds like it's primarily around just exposing new people to the brand. Is
correct.
that a fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's from my perspective, it's the advertising, like I discussed, the engagement. Like you said, I'll give you one example. Kev knows our tap room. It's literally down the street from the festival. I'll hand out if I'm having a good conversation with somebody and they're digging our beers, I'll hand them a coupon that might be $10 off your next visit at the tap room. What they don't know is that coupon is individually ID'd for just that festival. So I can measure the ROI of how many people made it to our tap room directly from that festival and having those conversations. So if I gain
that's so good.
That's great.
200
That's
new
so
customers,
smart,
it's like I can tell you came from that festival because you just handed me the coupon that I gave you on that day. So for me, that it's you can really measure, and this is where I say the prep is great. And Kev, I'll tip my hat to you, and I'm not just doing it because we're on a podcast and we know each other.
You're doing it because I paid you.
Yeah, exactly. Paid me to do this.
These checks clear.
When you have organizers that do good events, but they're kind of not organized, I live my life as a very organized, structured, data-driven individual. I'm a mechanical engineer by trade. So if I'm in a meeting, which I was, months before this event happens, and then we get a picking order, like you said, of who's going to be beside me, I now research the 2 breweries that are beside me. I talk to them, I find out what beers they're bringing, and I make sure that my beer selection doesn't overlap. Wow. You come to me and you want a stout, I'm going to send you to the left because I already knew before we even started the event, they're bringing a stout. When you want a blueberry or a fruited beer, you come back to me, and we didn't overlap. So the 3 of us are going to help each other.
Do you tell them that?
What's that?
Do you tell either of your neighbors prior to the festival that that's what you're going to do, or you just do it?
Yeah, sometimes we do it. If they want to play, we'll set our entire beer lineups on purpose.
I love that.
To not provide the same beers because it's about the customer. And the beautiful thing about I call it the pull yourself out of the industry test. Let's say we're not all beer people, okay? We're realtors right now. For me, this is how I look at a festival from a beer owner's perspective. We're realtors. We get there. There is 3,000 people there that are about to buy a house, and they don't have a realtor, but they want to buy a house. For me, every one of those people is there to try beer, and I have beer. I have what they want. I have a very captive audience, and that is not going to happen anywhere else that I am. That festival is a playoff game, and you better play it well.
Dude,
that's my perspective.
That's crazy.
Did you know this, Kevin?
Well, I know the community is super tight. This is what I can say right away. Like, everybody seems to know everybody in in the beer community,
They
and
do.
every time before the event, once they're finished fixing up their tents, they're all hanging out, they're all chatting, they're all going back and forth. But what I love about what Jamie just said, he's taking it to a different level.
Yeah.
He's having the conversations to ensure it's different from, and that's a great thing, because let's be honest, right? I'm not a huge stout guy.
Yeah.
So again, just from the idea that somebody would be saying, yeah, like right next door, they have a phenomenal stout. It doesn't mean that you're pushing away your business. It just means you're being open to the business of all the other breweries in that respect, right? They're going to like something at your brewery, but that unselfishness to me just is a long-term relationship. I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
It's almost similar to when, like, I was talking about this like yesterday, but like breweries that are, any other business or any other field, if you have the same business all around each other, it's not a good thing. But in beer and arguably in wine as well, when they congregate, it's awesome. And if you pull up and you go to another city and you're traveling, you go somewhere, you pull up and they're, oh yeah, from out of town, and they're like, oh, where you going after this? You should go here. You should go here. Like, that doesn't happen. You're not going to go to a cafe and they're like, oh, where you going next? Are you gonna get a coffee here? It just doesn't happen. So it's like you've taken that ethos and applied it to a festival. The other thing that is sick about are you guys either of you guys familiar with Alex Hormozy?
Nope.
Shit. Okay. So this is what you're talking about here. So this dude is do you know Gary Vaynerchuk?
Yeah.
So he's the new Gary Vaynerchuk, but
Okay.
less rah-rah, very actionable. Everything you said, Jamie, you will fucking have a hard on listening to this dude, because this guy just dropped he's got three well, because I have one for what he's talking about. He just dropped a book 2 weeks ago. It's his third book called $100 Million Money Models, and he made $100 million in a weekend. This guy's fucking insane. He's like this big jacked dude who lives in Vegas who works 20-hour days, and all he cares about is working. He's absolutely insane in the best way. So, but he loves business. So my partner and I, we have a social media agency. So primarily that's client-based work, right? And we started a YouTube channel in 2018. And now we have a digital store. We're working on all other digital products, and really to build out that side of the business, which is a whole new challenge for us because we haven't known much about that stuff traditionally. So when he dropped this book, what he's talking about is exactly what you were just talking about, the money models. Whereas, like, I'm at a beer fest, so I'm going to give a coupon. That coupon's going to be tied to a system where I can understand where that coupon came from, so I can track my ROI. And then every single thing that you've said is textbook what we've been listening to the audiobook when we're driving and stuff, to really soak up this information. It's spectacular. I can't wait to tell my missus when I take a piss, because she's gonna love it. We're business partners and everything. So she co-founded the podcast. So she would love to hear that this is the perfect real life example of how you can take these things and then apply them, so that it's more like it's all the different things to do with that, but also things like just like he started this company about it's called Gym Launch. So how to help, he built gyms, and he realized he figured out how to do it by talking to smarter people than him. And then he put this company together where he just would fly around America and then help gyms launch. And there's all those things where you do like rollover deals and like all these different, the models of how the money works, so that it maximizes. So then you get your money back in 30 days. So then you can just reinvest immediately, as opposed to laying out $100,000 in advertising, all these different things. So what you're talking about in the sense of beer is, in my experience, and as someone who's owned a business for 10 years as well, I haven't heard anyone, and I'm doing this pod for 10 years, I haven't really heard anybody talk like that.
Especially something tangible, right?
Yeah.
You see it in online marketing all the time, but something tangible, walking back with. I love that idea.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I think you guys would really enjoy. I can tell you, send you the links afterwards. But I just think you'd
Yeah.
I don't even think you'd learn that much from it, because it sounds like you're on top of it. But it's cool to, whilst I'm learning about it, you just gave them one of the most perfect examples of how to do things like that. I don't know. It's synchronicity. It's beautiful. I love it. It's that's awesome. I just think it's like, I'm really happy that you said it on here as well, and so that other breweries can hear this and be like, yo, that's kind of the entire purpose of this. I want other breweries, or people in other industries, even people who don't own a brewery and they own a better business or work for somebody, that we could try something like that. It's just, I think I'm more blown away that it's the beer industry typically hasn't done a lot of things like that, and seen festivals like you said. It's a playoff game. All these people are here. You got to come with your A game, and then planning all of that. That is so structured and so like thoughtful that, and you're taking that investment really seriously to do the best you possibly. And it's not even about making money just from the festival. It's about the long play, obviously, and bringing people back in, and then they'll come back next year to the fest. So actually, it's a win-win for you too, Kevin. So if breweries are taking it seriously, the people are going to have a great experience. If I pull up to Broadhead, I'm like, hey man, you got a stout, and you're like, no, I don't, but go next door, grab that stout. You want that fruited? You come right back here. I got you on that blueberry plate.
100%.
Like,
Yep.
and that's like, all right, sick. All right, I'll be back. Like, that type of thing is like, I don't know. It's beautiful to me.
Well, and the weird thing, touch on something that you mentioned earlier, there's no other industry that plays like that. And, when I moved into Orleans in 2019, the fear was that we were the longest lasting brewery. Like, we started first compared to every other brewery that was in Orleans. So we were going to be seen as this big bad wolf coming to Orleans and tromping on people's grounds, right? And the easiest model that I could explain to people, and again, take yourself out of the industry. When people go to breweries, and I do this myself. I go to San Diego. There's 220 breweries there every year. 30 fail. The next year, there's 220 breweries. My goal is to go to as many as I can and try as many breweries as I can and as many beers as I can. The industry that I talked about with both the owners of the other breweries, well, 3 breweries in Orleans, I'll say, was, guys, we're not here to step on toes. When people go to buy a car and they go to an auto mall, breweries are the same. You're down the street from me. When they're done here and they ask where their next stop is, I'm going to point to your brewery and they're going to go to you. As long as you do the same coming back the other way, we're going to cross promote each other, and people will come to the area to eventually know, when you want good beer, you go to these 3 or 4 breweries. And then it started coming through with, Brew Donkey and Brad and the tours. And then it was, we're going to park the bus in your parking lot, walk down the street to Stray Dog. And it was great, because when they're done, they're either going to stay there or come back for a bite to eat. And it prolonged bums and seats. And it's a weird model. And the only other industry that I know that it works is the automobile industry, the automall, right? You drive the Mazda, you drive the Toyota, and you compare them all back to back. But the beauty is they're all in one spot.
And they're all going for the same thing.
Yep. And again, you have that captive audience. Just give them what they want. To me, it just makes sense.
That could be an episode name. Give them what they want. I love that. I'm just writing things down as you guys are saying gems here, so we can do it. How you guys feel about the next one?
I'm ready.
Yep. I knew you guys wouldn't be scared. What are we doing, Jamie?
Okay, we're gonna go for the yellow can. NEIPA on the front.
Let's go.
I will say, I have had, I know you guys are both beer guys. I've had people come up to me in booths and go, I will take the NEIPA. I will take the NEIPA. They've named this just about anything. It's a New England IPA.
Yes.
We call it NEIPA. The nickname that we have for this beer kind of plays on the alcohol percentage. It comes out as a 6.4%. The IBU is 18. Serum color's low. It's a 3. There's some Citra, Columbus, Amarillo, Cascade hops in here. So really, really floral. Before you take a sip, give it a little smell. It's very tropical. I feel like the word juicy has been thrown around with a lot of IPAs, but I will say it. It's a juicy, tropical, very flavorful beer. And the hashtag we have for this beer is hashtag Danger Juice. Mark has done a great job hiding the fact that this is a 6.4. You wouldn't know it by drinking it. We call it Danger Juice because if you have 2 or more, it starts getting a little dangerous. And we have been awarded a seasonal that starts on September 14th in 3 days at the LCBO. And no one out in the world knows it. This is the first place I've announced it, is this podcast. it will be shelving on Sunday and available Monday at LCBOs.
Great stuff.
This
Great
weekend?
stuff. Personal favorite too, Jamie. So there you go. Good job.
Thank
And
you.
you mean this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's perfect timing because this comes out on Wednesday, so it would have be fresh in stores by like 3 days by the time this pod comes out. Love it.
Yep.
Okay, amazing. And how long has this beer been around?
So this beer was created by Mark, my brewmaster. We didn't have a lot of IPAs. The guy is a genius when it comes to, I'll say, like blending flavors and making sure that the beer is, I call it whole. Like there's no, like when you drink his beer, it's just really smooth and really nice. And he wanted to make a New England style IPA. He likes, that East Coast style, and he vacations out there sometimes because of how many breweries are out there. And he was like, will you let me play? And he came up with this beer, and he said, I wanted it to be unfiltered. I want it to be true to style. And here we are.
I love it.
It's a really delicious beer.
Well, first of all, cheers, gentlemen. Get that in
Cheers.
you. Yeah, nice tropical nose. Yeah, creamy body. Danger juice. Juicy. What were the hops again, bro?
So we got Citra,
Mhm.
Columbus, Amarillo, Cascade.
Okay, so it's almost like, based on that hop, it's almost like a it's like half New England, half kind of westy kind of hops, like an east meets west. So it's got a bunch of that. I can get in here too, like a bit of the bitterness going on in there to kind of balance it out a bit.
Yep.
So it's not too sweet, not too over the top.
Yep.
Yeah,
and some of my favorite hops are, you get Mosaic in there, you get a Citra hop. I know everybody, I want to say 7 years ago was playing on the Citra, and I feel like everybody that could get their hands on it was using it. But for me, I love the hop. I love the nose on it. I love the flavor of it. So you put it in this beer, and it turned out really, really nice.
You kind of can't go wrong with Citra ever.
No.
That's great. So LCBO, this is do you have, being doing like a New England LCBO, do most of the ones in the region have the fridges, or are they shelf stores?
So a little bit of both.
Okay.
To be honest. I can tell you there's cold space, and it used to be a lot easier to get that cold space. The competitive nature, and I can give you the stats because I'm a data guy, basically go to the LCBO and make sure that your beer is, I call it eye to thigh, and waterfall it. So if you're on a shelf below your thigh, your sales are going to be half of what they are if they're between your eye and your thigh. You put that in people's range, and kind of the same thing. People read left to right, but when they're scanning and buying, they're scanning up and down. So we call it waterfalling. You want it to go vertical and not this way when you're at the LCBO.
Right.
And then the best thing you can do is get it off of I call it a raw shelf that is not cold. Get it in a fridge, and then you get the people that are taking it away and cracking that thing 20 minutes later because they don't have to wait for it to get cold. You will sell about a 3-to-1 ratio of something that is in a cooler and not on a raw shelf.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. The reason I was asking was because nothing pisses me off more on behalf of breweries than going to an LCBO and seeing a New England IPA that's intended to remain cold beyond some sort of warm shelf, which means the consumer is going to have a poor experience with that beer and therefore judge that brewery or that particular beer in a way that isn't fair.
Yep.
And it was just because of the handling of the product from the LCBO, and when it arrived, it was perfect because it'd been sitting on this 20-degree ambient temperature shelf. I don't know why it just annoys me, because I talk to you guys on these pods and I'm like, I know a lot of the people who make this stuff, and I'm like, I know they wouldn't be satisfied with this, but some stores had those. I remember, some of them had the door fridges or those little shelf ones, but now a lot of them have the walk-in coolers, which are very cool. I like those that they have.
Yep. Yeah, and you're literally talking about the role of a sales guy in a retail environment, right? Like,
okay.
LCBO will give you a target, and I can tell you what it is. It's a 42 can per 4-week rolling average. If you exceed that, you can get more things out of that beer ambassador. If you're under it, good luck to you. Okay. You got to fight for it.
Did you say 42 cans?
Or 42 cases?
Yeah. 42 cans.
I mean, that's pretty
Average per store across the entire province.
okay.
Okay.
Average. So that's a different
So
conversation.
you're top of the hill near UCAV, that guy, yeah, I'm selling like 200 per rolling average on that one, but
Well,
the,
I,
yeah,
I buy over 42 myself. But
exactly.
that's when you said 42.
Yeah.
I'm like, seems like a good Saturday.
Yeah, but then you got the small 10 by 20 trailer in Long Sault
Yeah.
Lookout Point on the Manitoba border that has had 4 people walk into it in the last 2 weeks, and they didn't pick up your can. You might be selling 4 cans in that week, so they average it all out.
All across. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that ultimately unfair system because of things like that, or is it the only way to do it?
This is where I say the business of beer. Like when we got in 2011, you could do things like I called it taking distribution. So the Labatt and the Molson's world, you have money, produce the beer, go take your shelf space, splash it out in every single store, as long as you convince the beer ambassador. Now, with the analytics, if I'm asking for programming, like my New England IPA that we just got in, if I am below that, the category manager at the LCBO might say, well, this beer over here's got an average of 51, your average is 40. They're turning their shelf over 20% faster. Why would I give you that shelf space?
Right.
I don't care how much money you have. Their product's turning quicker. We're going to give it to them.
So
So
the point of it is to balance it out for the smaller
Yeah,
guys.
so it makes it where you can't just you can't bully yourself in with money, and the further out distribution from your brewery, you really have to focus on marketing efforts and what you're doing, because you can't just go on the community around your brewery. That
that was
beer
my
ambassador will just delist you and then stop ordering your product.
that was my question: is how far off do you get before that sale number dilutes a bit
Hmm.
from where
So
you are?
It's I can tell you, even for a brewery our size, selling in Toronto is 3/4 to half of what it is in Ottawa. And
Huh.
that's
Interesting.
only a 4.5 hour drive.
Because I see it from my perspective when people are out from the West End here, they want
Yep.
to try the breweries that are further away from them. So they're used to
Hmm.
going to the ones that are in their area, obviously. So they want to experience the Broadheads, the Stray Dogs, the OBC, the Bicycle, everything East End located. They want to experience that product. And to a similar fashion, yes, I will buy some of the local beers when I go hit the LCBO,
Yep.
but I'm all over the map.
Yep.
Mm.
Like I'm that typical guy that walks out that pisses off anybody is at the cash that says, I want 2 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, and I'm going 48s, right? Like it's
Yep.
just because you want to try different beers from different areas and things you haven't tried before. But yeah, I was curious how far you have to go before it starts really diluting. But interesting.
Yeah, it starts turning at about Kingston. Like,
Okay,
even
that
an hour
makes
and a half, 2 hours down the road, it starts tailoring off. So,
Hmm.
but then you couple to people that are doing events like you are down in Kingston, and you've seen this a million times. The new brewery that nobody knows has the hugest lineup because they're at that festival showcasing and nobody's heard of them and they can't serve beer fast enough. It's
that
like,
was this year for Kempville. So Kempville
yeah,
was a new brewery this past year,
yep,
and okay spot. Don't get me wrong, but I think it was just the fact new kid on the block.
yep,
And
yep.
yeah, he was
Jocelyn
jammed
and
out.
his crew, yeah,
He was jammed all weekend. So
yep. New beer and everybody wants to try them, right?
yeah,
So that happens to us, but then it's a little different in a retail setting, right? People tend to go to what they like and what they know and what catches their eye. So that's when you go back to the waterfalling, and you guys mentioned it at the start. Your branding is all similar with different colors.
Mm.
Yeah, because when I put it together on a shelf, it's a billboard. It's all the same color and it's brand blocked. It looks like a Crayola pack,
Yes.
so it's literally all the same. And then people just know that's Broadhead, and they don't even need to know the kind. I grab the blue can, and it's like, make it simple for people.
so cool. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
agree with that too. I think whenever I see the color block cans, it's like I'm with it. I love it. The simplicity and exactly what you're saying. The Crayola pack is such a perfect analogy. I hadn't thought of that, but that's exactly what it is. Like if you go to a beer store, say there's not, or even your own fridge, and then you see it kind of like outlined in like one shelf of yellow, one shelf of blue or whatever, but then you go to like a LCBO or somewhere like that's not your place and you've got yellow, red, blue, green, blah, 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 like one of each. And it's like, damn, this is sick. And it's just immediately because of the design makes it unique as far as the way the color is blocked.
Yep.
I think it's like, it's one of the most powerful things, and particularly for you, because not all breweries are, I think it's more important almost when you're intending to distribute your products. If it's all in-house, it's a little kind of different, but if you're distributing, it's gotta kind of pop, because now you're competing against all the other brands on the same shelf, whereas you're more competing to bring them in the door in the first place. And if they're going to get, if they enjoy the experience, they're going to want to get stuff to go. So it's
right.
Exactly right.
Yeah, the branding's fascinating. Okay, I love it. This is great. I like these little tangents. This is awesome. So where should we go from here? So like, okay, so then maybe, I know did we finish the last conversation, or I think we were like halfway through it, weren't we? I'm sorry, I'm getting.
I think we had
wrap it
asked
up?
about the splits and the tickets, and then Kev's perspective and mine, and then I think
Okay, so maybe I was thinking of the beer before that.
About the
Then we paused.
presentation.
Okay,
yeah,
so we talked about the benefits of breweries. Essentially, a festival is kind of like that playoff game that you got all these eyeballs on your brand. From a consumer perspective, it might be a little obvious, but perhaps it's worth briefly discussing, just for the context of everything to make it complete. Like, what are the main benefits? So, why would a drinker go to a beer festival as opposed to just visiting those individual breweries on a weekend or whatever?
Yeah, like from my perspective, right away, the couple things like where else are you going to go where you have over 100 different types of beers being served, right? And the opportunity to sample size a number of them. One of the things we do as well when
for
we have
$2.
right.
Yeah.
So you have we have a physical site map, but we also have a QR code on our site map that is an interactive site map where you can literally see what everyone's serving. So, you can touch on the booth and get a perspective on what brands of beer they're serving at their booth. And if you have a tendency to lean towards an IPA or a tendency to Pilsner, you can get a better perspective on that. And we're working on something right now to actually elevate that a bit to be able to do it by brand as well. So we're not quite there, but we're almost there. But again, like if you want to get a perspective on different breweries for the same type of beer, you can go around the horn, and we have we call it the big beer tent, but we got within there, I think it's 28 different breweries in that tent. And you get off from that, you get distillery district, but you still have a few beers that way too. So, my thought to the whole thing is, and I love visiting local breweries, no matter where I go. Like I think it's always a unique experience and always getting the conversations, but you also get to have the conversations with the people that are there. And typically a lot of these, and again, I say this all the time, there's a different group of people that run these breweries all the time. There's the ones that, Jamie is a passionate guy around the brewing process. Grew up, as he told you, cleaning those bottles in the bathtub. Love that story, by the way. But has a business mindset behind it. And then you got some of the guys that are just loving the whole experience, and they're learning the business as they go along. And they're also the people behind the tents. So you kind of get different perspectives on all the breweries, right? And I love that. It's if I had the time to be a consumer at the events that we run, okay. And a lot of the times, if I'm walking around, and again, specifically in Orleans, because we know a lot of people in Orleans, is I'll tip a 4 ounce back with somebody to say, hey, thanks for coming out, and a high five kind of thing. I'd love the opportunity to walk through that festival and get a perspective on, whether it be, 20 different samples from different breweries and their story, hear a bit more about the process, hear a bit more about them, where they're located. I think Jamie talked about where they were in the first time out on Ontario's, right? A lot of these breweries, as I've gone to visit them, are off a bit of the beaten path, right? They're not necessarily have the greatest signage out front. If you're not paying attention, you're going right by. Right. But then when you stop in, you kind of realize, wow, what a unique area. They've got a built out patio. They've got a really great pizza oven outside. They got this whole experience going there. They got a trivia night. And then it's how do you drive people to, instead of going past them, right back to the brewery. So when you have that opportunity to engage with people at the festival, and from a festival attendee, if I have a story that I really get in tune with, I'm going right back.
Yep.
You know, so I think there's a great opportunity to have, like I said, literally over 100 different types of beers that are being served at this at the festival every year.
And from my perspective, it's not much different than the consumer. I mean, Kev, you know this. We'll come down, we'll set up hours ahead of time.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, I'm set up. I feel good. I'm confident about our setup, and we're ahead of the game. We got an hour and a half before, Kev comes on the mic and says, 15 minutes till gates open, like get the cars out of here, like let's go. And for us, that's my cue to start walking around. Like, what do you guys have? What do you have? And it gives you an opportunity that if that brewer or that owner is in there, and I'm an owner here, like try this, like in John over at Spark, I tried a delicious friggin' sour key slush beer that they made. They brought the entire slushy machine, and the first question I asked him was, what's the specific gravity of the liquid in that you can get it to freeze and it actually turns into a bit of a slushy, because that's hard to do with alcohol. And he answered the question like it was like nothing to him, but to me it was like, I could never make that beer until I had that conversation and I tried that beer and it was delicious, and so we do that beforehand. But then, as Kev knows too, you run a good festival, and my guys, I always tell them, you put 2 6-packs, 12-pack, or 2 4 behind that bar, and when you're done, go trade. At the end of the night, 11 o'clock, everybody's beat. You've been on your feet for 12 hours or whatever. Hey, thanks, guys. It was nice working next to you. What do you got? Oh, you got those 2 beers here. Here's 2 of our new Taproom Series. Take them home and join them. If you want more, send me an email. And it's like you said, you get to try. I could drive down to Walkerville and Windsor, and round trip, I'm going to spend 18 hours in my car, or I'm going to walk 4 booths down and try all the same beers. So having all those people in one area is just really cool to a beer nerd.
So it's building that community for the beer industry.
Yep.
And probably putting you in front of your peers that you hadn't had a chance to meet yet. Not only had you probably hadn't tried their beers, but you probably hadn't met the folks, the owners, the brewers, whatever, anyone from the team. So it gives you an opportunity to kind of connect with people. And I imagine cool shit like collabs or.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. There's a ton of conversations and a ton of collabs that happen after the event. I find every year there's something sprouting up from a conversation at the event, and that's a great thing, right? There's again, I say the competition thing, but there's competition, I guess, at times to make sure that you're present and the product is well presented. But apart from that, it's a great community. Everybody wants to support each other, right? So
and you've seen it a million times, Kev. Guys that are 2 minutes left before they're serving, and they're got a busted line and stuff's going, and you don't even think. It's like, I got a toolbox, I got a 5/8 line and a crimper next to me. We can get this sucker fixed in 30 seconds and get it back up. Like, let's go.
Tons of times. It's great.
But literally it happens every festival.
Well, I see people as well saying, fuck, I forgot my lights. Oh, just a second, I'm running to the car. The guy beside him is running to the car, getting lights right away. There's no it's such a great relationship that everybody has. I find it's fantastic.
Yep.
I love that. I like to hear that. And that's sort of the other side of it that I think most people don't hear about. And I personally hadn't thought a ton about, as far as exactly the way you just laid out, like the way that people connect to that ends up in collab. Because I guess it's similar in the way to things like the OCB conference, say, which we've been going to. Do you guys go to that? Maybe not you, Kevin, but you go to that, Jamie? Okay.
Yeah.
because we usually have a little session or whatever there. So the last year was Hamilton, this year's Hamilton. Very convenient.
Yeah.
Not so much for you, but $10 Uber. Got it. Yeah, got that.
I'm just saying whatever. Like,
Maybe you could get a little lanyard through Broadhead. I don't know.
just
Yeah.
whatever.
Just come through, come meet a bunch of folks. That would
Yeah.
actually be really smart for you to be there, to be honest, Kevin. I reckon you could actually connect with, for the exact same reason. I like doing, because you walk around the halls during the day, and when the sessions are on, it's just everybody's there. So you just keep bumping. Oh shit, what happened? Like, just like everybody's around. So I'm on the outside of the industry. I'm not in it, but I know a lot of the folks. So it's nice for me to go see some folks. But I can imagine for the industry, it's so key to be wandering around and then be able to just, whether serendipity, you bump into somebody, or you proactively set up a meeting so you can chat, or go see the vendors, go see, Zenon, who makes the glasses and stuff, and go see their booth, or whoever. So it sounds like the festival is providing an element of that, in a microcosm, as far as everyone's around, and just like helping, facilitating connection.
Well, very, very similar. Like some of the conversations at the conference, like I've had guys come up to me. I know you're running like the 5 Series ACS cask line. Do you like it? And it's like, grab a beer, sit down, let's have a conversation, And it is that. It's literally that in a less formal setting, which is amazing. And you can crush a couple beers and talk about it.
And
I
you
love
just said
it.
there too, Jamie, like, and we run every year. So there's an underbelly of these home brewers. And Jamie, we were talking about it before, right?
Yep.
Every year since day one, we've ran a homebrew competition, right? And just hearing you guys speak about beer, I am well outclassed for what you're talking about here, as far as what, those tasting notes should look like. But we bring people around the table that are, Prud'homme certified, beer sommeliers around the table, and it is a great experience. So we bring them into the brewery that will actually eventually brew their beer to the winner. So we have a best in show. And I think what everybody walks away with is all these notes that they take away from that tasting session to say how they can improve on their product. And there's a local brewer that joined us this year called Bond Brewery, and Bond Brewery, Craig Bond, had won a competition with us some time ago, and it's it comes right back. He won a competition, he participated in the festival, and now he's back as a brewer, which I think is such a unique experience in the community. He's in Orleans, right?
Yep.
And I love the fact that we have so many breweries reaching out year after year to say, yeah, we're really super happy to brew somebody else's beer.
Yeah, well, and Craig Bond, the owner, when he won, we were the brewery hosting that year. He came down. So imagine, and it took me a while to get, like, this guy was smiling so hard he was wetting his ears. Like it was, it was fun to see. I was really happy because, my fiance put it into perspective, like, how big of batches is he making? And I'm like, I don't know, 20 liters. I don't know, 20, 30 liters. And then he's like, what kind of a batch are you going to make for him? And I was like, a minimum 2,000, maybe 4,000 liters. And she was like, and he's going to be involved. And then, like, he's nervous just to come and meet our brewers, right? And we're like, come on, buddy, like, let's go. Like, let's hammer some beer through the system today. But what a great story. He won. He got to go up on stage. He had a delicious ESP. We showed him, like, what you're doing on a 20-liter system. We will scale up to ours. But, your cold break and your cooling, you can cool 20 liters of beer in about 2 minutes. When I'm pushing 4,000 through a line, it's going to take us a half an hour or 45 minutes. So we're going to make some adjustments here to scale up for you. So we learned a lot in that first day, and came full circle. People liked his product. We showcased him the next year. We put him in the booth, which he thought was amazing, because now he's watching literally thousands of people try his product, and he's getting real-time feedback. And then he came back to us and he's like, I applied for my brewing license. I'm wondering if I can talk to you guys about a contract. I'm going to open a brewery. Can you help me, Jamie? Yeah, man. Like, this is full circle for me. I was in your shoes in 2010. Like, yeah, let's do this. I can give you some advice. And away he went. And now the guy's got a brand. He's got a brewery. He's put
Yeah.
out the line. He's got licensees behind him. It is amazing what came of that contest that you set up. It's, you know, and the guy still to this day comes to our brewery and drinks Broadhead beer. He was in the other day for lunch, brought like 10 friends with him, and he's just like, I love it. I love everything about it. So it's, you know, people throw around that community feel, but it really is it's a group of people. And I think Steve Beauchesne said it the best to me, and I didn't understand it when I was first getting started. And he said a sentence to me that I fully understand now. He goes, and at the time, craft beer represented 3% of all beer sold in Canada. And he goes, you and I combined are 3%. So let's just work together, put our brains together, and go after the 97. And was pointing out a sign that was a Molson sign at the time. And I went, why would I ever compete with this guy? We need to band together, get ideas, and go after the bigger pie. And now I get it. And there's a lot of guys that are smaller than us now. And when they come in, it's like, oh, my order isn't right. I need a brick of yeast. And it's like, you know what, dude? Like, here you go. Here's a brick. Like, get your brew day out and be happy. Like, you're not going to crush us. You're not going to crush other people. We're going after a bigger fish. So
But look at what you've done now. If you go to the LCBO right now, it seems like every time I go, there's another row of shelves dedicated to craft beer.
Yep.
So, you know, when you first went, it was one fridge, it was one shelf.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like every time you go, it's expanding. And just even the last time, it's outstanding. And I think that's great. Again, you're bringing it back to local businesses that are offering a product that far exceeds anything a bigger brand would put out.
Yep.
From my perspective, right? And every little story that comes along with it, it's fantastic. Like it's great.
Yep. And it's even mandated now in some cases. Like, you know, convenience shelves are mandated to have 20% local products by linear feet. If you don't, you can be fined by the AGCO. So it's like, it's awesome. Like I never thought we'd see that day. And it's come, and it's amazing. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it's like that CanCon rule on radio. It's which I love that I didn't know that, to be honest, Jamie, that they were doing that. That's dope, because it's every convenience store I've been to or gas station, it's just piles of fucking Canadian and coolers and stuff.
Light.
And then but nothing's refrigerated at all the ones I've been to. Granted, I don't go into too many, because you usually just pay at the pump, but I don't go to convenience stores much. But every time I have been, I've just been seeing everything just stacked up. So I don't see everything treated well, but to know that, I guess it's just going to be store by store, like a brick by brick situation, that you're going to educate. Right. Hey guys, look, this stuff, cool, you can keep that out there, but look, the local stuff in the little case as opposed to the square boxes, you know, we're going to keep them bad boys in the fridge, just like the Red Bull, but you know, it's a little more precious, you know, just to educate, because these are people like I empathize with the convenience store owners. They got this new revenue stream that they know arguably nothing about, especially how to treat it. So then they have to learn. So then it's on the reps from the breweries who are selling it to be like, this is what's up, and to educate them. Then hopefully they'll just be like, well, why wouldn't I stock more and more products? I'm meeting the people. I don't meet the guys who make the Molson, but I meet the guys who make the Broadhead. So I'm like, why wouldn't I want to stock more of them? Yeah, it's an interesting thing, but that is very encouraging, that like the government is finally taking that a bit more seriously, and hopefully it'll just continuing to loosen up with those regulations and just make it easier for brewers to sell their wares.
Yep. Yeah, it's a pretty neat thing.
Yeah. Sorry, Kev, were you gonna say something, brother?
Yeah, like it's funny, when I first started this event, I remember, and I'm not gonna talk to the events, but there was an event that was happening in Ottawa that had craft brewers, and then I think at an increased price offered booths to Molson and Labatt's. And immediately within 2 years, the event ceased operations. And I think it just says a lot about, the direction that we're heading in, right? I was told earlier on, I want to say it was about 2 months prior to the event launching, And because we talked about a lot of things, right? We're going to have some games, we're going to have musicians and the thing. I was told, make sure if you're starting a craft beer event, remain craft beer centric. So don't go off and do something completely off the rails from what you're actually providing. And that stood with me from day one. That's why all the breweries get their first dibs on the spaces they pick, right? That's why a lot of the promotion we have is brewery related. And the contesting we do is brewery related. And we were approached in 2018 by Labatt's. And, it's interesting, right? Like Jamie, you talked about this before, and it happens in all the bars back for a lot of kickbacks, right?
Still happens.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. And I get the attraction to it if you're a bar owner that's struggling to go that route. But, it was an easy no at the time because it's a long-term relationship. You throw one and you get that dime for who's coming in from all Labatt's, you're losing 10 craft brewers in the area that really want to show their wares. So that stood with me for a long time. Be craft beer centric, keep it that way. So yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's something we didn't have noted down, but I love that, man. I love that you stuck to your guns and you had money presented and you were like, you know what? No. If people are going to come to your festival and it's a craft beer festival, that's what they want. And there's one in Montreal, one of the bigger ones in Montreal. It's actually a cool festival. I went, I'm talking about probably. And they always had a massive Ricketts thing and a Molson thing. And then you'd go on like a Friday and there'd be the Sanka set, like the fucking dudes in suits who are just leaving the city. And they just come and they're at those, they're not here to, not that, festivals can get a bit wild and I know it's a bit of a balance of sipping and crushing or whatever, but like, they're not there to really experience the beer. To them, it's a bar, and it's like that's
all it is.
It's all it is, and it just doesn't feel good to walk around and see all the breweries, and then you look around, and you got this map, and it's like elaborate, whatever. Like obviously they've got a larger budget, so there's something ridiculous that they're doing. And it's just like, it's kind of icky. And like you said, I understand the bar owners. I know people who are like bar owners and have gone that way, who weren't craft beer bars, but just, people who've been approached and they just, man, they're paying for my fridge and they're paying for my taps. I'm like, fuck, I do it. Like, I get
it's unreal.
It is, it's illegal technically, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. But there's always ways around, and obviously people aren't. No one's going to say nothing because everyone's kind of winning there. But I think it's just really important for that you kept your integrity for your festivals, for your 3 events as well, and really did that, because otherwise it's like feels like it'd be a slap in the face to the consumers and to your brewery customers, the actual breweries who are paying you to be there and stuff. So I think that's you deserve a lot of props for that, because it's very tempting in the time when it was year 2, it sounds like, when you were like, oh man, like I could really probably do with that money right now. So like for you being like, nah bro, I'd rather lose money this year than take that shit, I think that's like admirable.
Well, you know what though, like, and you brought up the Montreal situation, I think consumers are a lot more intelligent around it as well, right? Like
right now they are. Yes.
Yeah, they really are. Like I don't know many friends right now that are, drink beer from time to time, that are going down the Labatt and Molson route, right? When they're doing it, they're plugging back every day. They just want to be able to have a fine beer on a fine afternoon, and they want to have something different. They want to, and again, it's, I was going to ask that question right in the beginning when you're talking about the blueberry beer, is there a time or period throughout the season that it's more popular? And I drink my beers based on season, mood, where I'm at, environment, right? Like it's never the same. It's kind of like my music. It's never the same, right? So it's with Labatt's and Molson and not taking away from the longevity, it's always the same.
For better or worse. I imagine, does that resonate with you, Jamie, from a brewery perspective? Like, I imagine it wouldn't feel the greatest to go and already say you're already committed to a beer festival and you pull up and you see his big Molson stand, you'd be like, what is happening?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of nuances to what I'm about to say, but I sponsored and launched as a beer sponsor Kempville Live. It was a festival. It was I'll say a older demographic, and it started and we launched, and it took much like you, Kev, it took 2 or 3 years. We did it for 9 straight years, and it didn't run this last year. And the thing that pained me about the whole thing is I would bring a literal 53-foot trailer. I would put 150 kegs on this thing for a weekend, 4 tons of ice. I funded the whole thing. I would sponsor the event. I would bring 42 members to volunteers. We would have 13 to 15 draft lines going on a 5/8 line, where each one of those lines could put a pint across the bar every 7 seconds. Like we were pumping beer. And year 2, Coors Light came in, sponsored, and gave them $6,000 to sponsor a tent.
Sorry,
They
six
did
grand.
$6,000 to sponsor a tent. It wasn't even enough for the whole tent. They gave them $6,000. The thing that sucked is we watched it cannibalize some of our sales. So in the next years, I was like, okay, we're not going to bring a light lager because we're competing against Coors Light here.
Right.
So then I started showcasing different beers, which helped, our blueberry, our amber, and different things. And we made a beer called Kempville Light that was branded for the festival that ended up helping things. But it took us a little while to figure that out. And the shitty part was, Labatt, with their clout, just thought, we can get away with this. They literally would send pallets of beer, and then they would show up, and the organizer, I won't name her name, would be like, can we put this on your truck? We have they don't have a reefer truck here. And we need ice. Can we borrow your ice? And I'm like,
shit.
Did they send any staff? And they're like, no, they got nobody. And they would literally ask us, would your volunteers crack cans and pour their product? And for the first year, I'm like, whatever, we just need to get this festival off. And then you start realizing, you're like, this multi-million, billion-dollar corporation can't even send a single person. They don't, talk about community. They don't give a shit about Kempville. I actually care. I go out there, I visit the grounds months in advance. Like, we organize stuff with the organizer. We set it up. We talk. I was, helping and giving advice on the board, what I thought, tickets, and learning stuff from people like Kevin, what we were doing at other festivals. It really burned my ass to watch these guys come in. And it was like, if I had the cash, I would have been like, I will give you the money for the tent. Just do not allow Coors Light to come in here. Like, they're providing nothing, literally, is what it came down to. And I'm not saying it killed the festival. There was multiple things. There was the city involved, organizers, and aging demographic. There was multiple things, but like you said, it wasn't craft forward, and it eventually died. And ticket sales are one thing, but we all know the beer, the beverages, and the vendors are the revenue generators. And
1,000%.
it was just not a good situation when Coors got in there. It kind of sucked. It gave me a bad taste in my mouth, because we always, for lack of a better term, we worked our asses off for weeks to put this out, and to just see these couple of pallets of Coors Light show up. And they would do weird stuff. Like, we would sell a 473 ml can, and then they would undercut the cost and sell 355s and be like, our beer's cheaper. And it's like, actually, per milliliter, you're paying more.
Yeah.
Like, what are you guys doing? You're just trying to make the sign look good. So it was just a lot of dirty tactics that I don't like.
So on brand for typically how they behave. Okay, that's a real shame. It sucks that people don't know, but it's, on the flip side, it's great that people like you, Kevin, are taking that stand and not doing it. And I think you are correct. The festival I'm referring to in Montreal, I don't know if they still take that money. This was like in the late 2010s type of thing. So I mean, maybe they stopped it now and stuff. But I mean, I hope they would have. But that's really interesting as well to hear it from your perspective, Jamie, because that makes complete sense. And it's even worse when you hear the literal tactics are affecting other paying vendors. So to come in here, just try and do your thing. You've been gearing up. You've been like getting, a special beer for it. You got your team. You got the truck, and they just come and do this. Like, nah, man. Like,
yeah, it just seemed dirty all the time,
even just hearing you describe it, I'm just like, ugh, like, I mean, you're a better person than most for even just saying yes. I imagine you just like, whatever, get it done, and then at least you're able to put your foot down and be like, nah, fam, like, figure it
Yeah.
out. You took their money, you figure it out. I paid, I'm doing my shit. Like, they can't
Yeah.
send nobody. Like, cool, that's on you, man. Like, you serve their shit. Yeah, that's whack. But it's yeah, that's an interesting thing that I feel like we didn't discuss earlier. I like hearing all of this, and I feel like, yeah, it's I think now there's, back say 10 years ago, even before you started, Kevin, from your side, I think there would have been less pushback from the clientele, and I think now there's an awareness of craft, and anyone going to these festivals, if they see something like that, but like, what are you doing here? Like, this is not.
Well,
what
when was the last time you went to a Molson brewery to drink a beer and
Ain't
have
never
conversation?
Actually, I
Right?
went to Sleeman.
Yeah, true enough.
Actually, that's not Molson though. What am I talking? That's disrespectful
Yeah.
to Sleeman. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sapporo. That one's the
Sapporo
male.
and the Sleeman dudes were mad cool because we did a bunch of stuff with the folks in Guelph, and apparently, the people that we met there were mad cool, and all the Guelph breweries had wonderful things to say. Even though they were purchased, they continued to support community, which is exactly what we're talking about. They didn't shy away from the community. They are, if you need, like you said, the brick of yeast, you need that, they'll hook it up. Like they
Yeah.
were, and they come over, they'd help you set stuff up. Like they were absolutely. That's what all the other Guelph breweries told us with them not in the room. So speaking behind the back, they were speaking extremely positive. So I don't know why that came to my mind. So I want to be sorry, Sleeman, you guys are awesome. But yeah, no one's, there isn't any tap rooms. Like, yo, there's this fucking place in. Every time we go up to like Collingwood, we'd stop at Costco in Barrie. You know what I'm talking about already? There's a Molson Canadian restaurant like across the street.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Dude, it's called like the Molson Canadian Eatery or something weird like
Come on.
that. Dude,
Yeah.
Molson Canadian Eatery.
I know. Yeah, I know what
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Barrie,
I've been there.
Canadian Brew House, I'm sorry. And
Yeah.
they've got multiple locations. Get fucked.
No, they don't.
Who is going? Okay, find a CBH. Sorry, I'm like, oh my God, they're all across Canada.
Yeah.
No way. Stop this nonsense. What is this? Windsor. Okay, fuck off. London. Oh, I'm mad. Kitchener. Mississauga. Oshawa. And I guess the other one's Barrie.
But
Yeah.
you know who's probably going to those places are the same people that are complaining about paying $25 to get into a craft beer festival.
Probably.
Beers.
You know what? They deserve a place too. Let them have it. And we can have we have our place,
Yeah.
We got Broadhead, we got the Orleans Festival. We good out here. We don't need that. God, yeah, I always forget. I've been there twice now, and every time I see it, I'm like, what is that? Like, because you usually pull in and you go right back on the 400 again, so you don't, and it's right off it, so you don't really like need to go in there. It's it just struck me as like when you said when's the last time you went to a Molson place, I was like, that's the only one I've ever seen. I don't even know what they would stock. I guess the best thing they would have would be like Goose Island or something, which is still relatively decent, but I don't know if there's anything else that would be drinkable.
I'll even back it up for a second. Like, like I went to school with a guy that is behind Stray Dog. Like for Jamie as an example, I've gone with my kids in to play bingo at Jamie's place, and it's interesting when Jamie stops by and chats, and the kids are like, "So, who was that?" And I'm like, "Well, that's the owner here," and they're always amazed. And Jamie, I'm gonna pop your earphones off by blowing up your head by saying this, but like it's always amazing where they're like, what do you mean the owner? Well, no, that's the local guy that runs the brewery, and it's a story every time, right? You're having the conversations with the people. You're not, I guarantee, when you walk into that Molson, sorry, whatever the fuck you called it, there is, you're not having the conversation knowing the guys that are doing that. That's the point, right? It's a good feeling about that. No, it's not the same at all.
Yeah, it might as well be the Roger Center concession stand type of thing. Like it's
pretty
just,
much.
Yeah, like it's like no, it's a total different thing, and it's not that community. It's not what anyone surrounding craft beer stands for.
No, and you said something really cool about the community, and the community part for us, and I know Jamie the same way in that. And again, going back to the women's sports, because I have two daughters who play hockey, and and the cancer side, like I said, my buddy who passed away from cancer, it really resonates. It's a story right there, right? And you know, it's the same thing when I think about, you know, COVID, when COVID hit, and you know, we came out of COVID, we were just hitting our stride when COVID hit, much like when Jamie moved in, right?
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, like, holy shit, all this time, all this effort, all these weekends, all these evenings has gone to shit. And, you know, we show up after COVID, unsure if we could actually launch or not. Again, messaging online was come in, show respect. If someone's wearing a mask, I don't care if you're wearing a mask, if you're not wearing a mask, I don't care, just show respect. The cool thing after that, from our perspective, was we also offered in our afternoon session free tickets to frontline workers.
Yeah, first
So for
responders
hospitals and CHIO and our Children's Hospital, you know, ambulance and the Canadian military. And what we did is, in that moment, we said, you know, we gave them a special bracelet that day, and we told the rest of the community, because we ran on tokens, if you're buying tokens, these are the people that supported us in the last 2.5 years. Give a token of appreciation. Nice. And you know, like it again, you know, I'll go back to the Molson and Coors. It is great that they have the deep pockets to be able to do things like that. But from my perspective, and it's not because we were involved in it, it was a really cool thing to watch people in real time walk to strangers and say, here's like 5 tokens. Thank you so much for your time and effort. Really cool thing, right? In the environment. And, you know, it's something that, although we don't market the same way because we don't want to seem like it's a greasy marketing tactic, we still do. But we think it really helps to resonate in the community that you're supporting each other. Right.
It feels like that, like a community move, particularly coming back from COVID when everyone's a little nervous and trepidatious about being in public.
Yeah.
I know I was, for sure, for a bit. The first thing I went to was a Justin Bieber concert in the Bell Center in Montreal. So it was like,
you just said that live, right?
Biebs is the GOAT. You guys don't fuck with Biebs? Wow, you guys are terrible Canadians.
I'm not saying anything over here. I'm just enjoying my NEIPA.
I got a completely story on Biebs. We'll say it another time because I don't want to embarrass anybody on this one. But
we can talk about that all fair.
He grew up near where I grew up, so I'll say that much.
Oh, Stratford?
Yeah, I grew up in a little town just outside of St. Mary's, about 15 minutes from where he grew up.
No
Basically
way.
related.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Amber got invited on his tour bus.
There you go. We'll have a conversation at the gym about that later.
So, sorry, where was I going with the community? That
I was saying when we're coming back from COVID and people were a little
the first
nervous
responders.
So that was the cool thing too, right? We, knock on wood, have had nothing but great weather for our events. We had one session where it rained, and I can tell you a story where most people are in the tents, but we probably had about 150, 200 people dancing in the rain that one day. But the one thing I remember coming out of COVID was, and I was asked by a number of, again, in the community, people are saying, are you really responsible by doing this? But we're coming out of the whole event, right? And it's a financial hit if you're going to pull it back at the last minute. That being said, we're giving everybody the option to show up or to stay home. And I remember it started just a little bit of spattering of rain, not much. And it was like everyone shoulder to shoulder in the tents. And I'm not sure you remember this, Jamie, but like
I do.
You could not fit anybody else in the tent space in all the tents we had, and they're
couldn't move. You couldn't move. You couldn't move.
Was this 22, 23?
At all. Yeah.
What year was this?
Right, the year after COVID. So what year was it?
2021.
No, 2020. Yeah, well, COVID started March 2020, I guess, and then I think things didn't really open up in any sort of major capacity till 22.
I think it was 22.
Yeah, it's probably 22.
Yeah. So that means
I
people would have still been nervous. Yeah.
Yeah.
You go on.
No, I was saying I got the pictures. I can
back
to know exactly when it happened. But anyways, it was just, I was so nervous going into the event. right? Because
Oh, I
we were
bet.
contacted by media outlets, and we were, didn't know how things were going to be perceived at the event. But in that moment when that happened, I realized I got nothing to worry about.
You did the right
They're all good. They're having a good time. They're drinking beer. And the thing is too, coming out of COVID, I don't know about you, Jamie, but we had a huge marketing budget to raise awareness about the event, right? We would be we've done everything: movie theater ads, TV, radio, handing out postcards at bus station, everything, you name it, signs in the streets. Coming out of COVID, people who were so pent up from being at home,
They're just ready to go, right?
yeah, like I was sincerely worried about the 2 years, but it was like nothing, because
They
you
were
just said tickets.
probably the highest, like for us coming out, it was like, whoa, like it overachieved, and then it
Yeah.
was like a yielding curve. It just like, then it settled down after 2 years, and it was like, can we go back to those numbers? Because like, wow.
That shit was popping. Yeah.
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 It was probably like the
it's
online
crazy.
sales in 2020,
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It just exploded on you.
which is just crazy. No, I think it was a good move though. Like even for me, I was shook to go out because I was just like, we just stayed home. I was like, I don't want to deal with this. I wasn't particularly concerned, sort of, but not crazy. I was just more like, I just don't want to deal with it. Everything was weird when everyone's wearing space suits type of thing. I was like, I don't want to go to a science lab to go and eat a meal and stuff. It just felt weird. So I was like, I'm just gonna take it easy for a bit and order. We ordered a lot of Uber Eats. My goodness. But that was the way of supporting the community, right? So like, but once it was back out, going to a concert was like a little, I was like, this is, not, we do a lot of stuff. So then after it must be in 2022. Yeah, it must be like 2 years afterwards, and not doing much prior. It was very like, it was overwhelming, but after I did it, then went straight to like a beer bar in Montreal afterwards that I wanted to go to. And I was like, this is awesome. I was like, this is what's been missing. Immediately, as soon as you sort of got over it, and like you during the concert, I'm seeing everyone standing up and the spit coming out of their mouth because they're singing. And you're like, it's fine. Nothing happened. So you're like, all right, we're all good. It's just more like it got people back into it. So I think it took people like yourself who had the guts to just roll the dice and like, be gentle. Everyone had their own little like time frame for doing stuff.
There was trepidation, but like after 2 beers, like anything else, there was no trepidation, right?
Very little.
People were hugging everywhere. It was great.
I love to hear it. That's amazing. Speaking of beers, I know we were probably trying to do this about 30 minutes ago, but we kept talking. And I was enjoying the conversation.
There you go.
Next one. Let's do it.
Let's go to Amber Ale.
Nice. Love a good amber. Is this a core? Yeah, great.
So this is a core beer. Been making this beer for a long time. I brewed this beer back in the day. I will say it's a hard beer to brew. There's limited ingredients, and it's one of those, I'll describe it as, because there's limited ingredients, you have to be very precise with what you have, because if you don't, it tastes drastically different. I've made batches of amber that taste like Dimetap, and you're just like, what happened? And it's like you just missed by like a little small percentage of something.
Dimetap, that's a word I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah, it is our longest standing retail beer.
Okay.
Comes in at 5%, IBU around 25, so it's got a little bit of hops in it, nothing too crazy. The uneducated beer drinker you hear them drink it every once in a while. They're like, wow, that's really hoppy. And I'm like, well, it's not that hoppy, but sure.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, nothing crazy in this one. 2-roll, crystal medium, some pale malts, toasted wheat, Cascade and Centennial hops. Like,
nice. Classics.
I don't want to call it a boring beer, but for a brewer, there's just not a lot going on in it. We launched this one as our first one in retail in 2014. I tapped into secondary education to get this one done. We were at a Riga at the time. Kev knows the old place, and we didn't have a canning line. The only thing I could do was keg beer at the time, so I went and had a good chat with my buddy Lon Liddell over at Big Rig, and I said, look, I want to get a beer out to retail. I'm wondering if you could help me. And he had built the new facility out on Iris, and then later on Snyder Road here for Big Rig. And I hired a 6-person MBA grad team from Queen's University to help us with this product. And we hired them to do the strategic marketing and an analysis for us, and then start pushing on the LCBO to see if we could get this in. And it was kind of one of those things where we couldn't make it. We had a recipe, so I needed to get a co-packer, I needed a marketing solution, and I needed some really bright minds. So, that age group of 19 to about 22 that were in university at that team, 6 of them helped us, and lo and behold, they got us into the LCBO. We launched, and we were in 100 stores pretty quick. And
Amazing.
Eventually, that was the driving beer that made my business partner and I learn, cheers, boys.
Cheers, gents. Banger. These rocks.
Kegs are your highest margin. Basically, for a brewery, the bigger the vessel, the more money you make, because it takes less materials and less effort.
Gotcha.
So we were an old keg brewery at the time, and it took a lot for this team to convince me that, the new thing to do is get into a can and go into the LCBO. And at that time, there was a huge debate over cans or bottles. That was
really, eh?
before
Early days,
that
yeah.
time, when it was still like, that long neck brown bottle was
650.
there. And it was like, oh, do we go glass? Do we do this? I looked at trucking fees to get labels and cleaning those bottles and the returning. And I was like, let's just go aluminum. And we launched it. And it was the start of, we need a conversation to build a bigger manufacturing center, because this is going to go crazy. And I can tip my hat to Lon over at Big Rig, our brewers, and my business partner Josh went over to train them on how to make it. And for 2 full years, they 100% made every single can for us. And until the day that we got our facility and brought that all back in-house under our own control.
That's awesome, man. And the recipe is basically the same, like it tastes how it did back in the day?
Recipe hasn't changed very much at all. I will say Mark laid his little tweaks on it. To the uneducated brewer, they probably couldn't taste it. I can taste a little difference from back when we did it. It's hard when you start scaling things. You keep the ingredients the same, you work with your brewers. But I mean, I had a wheat beer that we had, orange peel and coriander in, and I would take, 300 oranges and peel them by hand, and then hand crush a bunch of coriander and put it in. And when you're making an 80-liter batch, that's okay. When you're making an 8,000-liter batch, that's not okay. So much like any other beer, this one's evolved a little bit just to scale. But yeah, simple ingredients, simple beer, hard to make, but delicious. And to me, it's one of those things I always talk to my spouse Michelle about. If I was ever to get a tattoo, it would be the UPC code of the blueberry or the amber, because those 2 beers made our brewery. And I would love to walk into an LCBO and scan that tattoo on a cash register.
Great, that is awesome.
And I've never done it, but it's on the bucket list, and that beer put us on the map. So I tip my hat to it.
That's awesome, man. And I look like, according to Untapped, I had it twice in 2015. So it's been around like a hot minute.
Yep. Yeah. And in 2015, that would have been actually made out of Big Rig Brewery.
Still Big Rig time?
Yep.
I wish I didn't check in where I had it. But yeah, I had it January and April, it looks like. So a couple of times it must have been in Ottawa. But that's I love that's actually really fun to know that this is something that I had that long ago. And that now hearing the story, that's even cooler. And then it's still to this day, man. Like, this was ambers were my first ever favorite style. After when you get in the beer and you're drinking the macros, then you discover craft kind of it. You drink the Euro lagers, and then everything starts being a little boring. And then you try amber, and it's the most mind blowing. This is 2011, so mind blowing. What is this?
Yeah.
What's all this flavor? This is hoppy, And then until you sort of start going through it, and so I've always got a real soft spot for them. We always had a joke.
I have a question on your Untapped. Is it named Amber? Because when you would have had it, it would have been named the Grindstone Amber. probably.
I think you might have merged the things
Okay.
because it's got a proper photo
Yep.
of the
So it's updated.
yeah, see it's
Yeah.
got the can photo.
Yeah. Okay.
And it says amber ale. So what I think is that because the check-ins were the same from back then, the same one, I think someone from your team would have edited that when the name changed. It was called Grindstone Amber, eh?
Yeah. So
That's
all
very
of our
familiar.
beers back in the day, we saw ourselves as David and Goliath, right? And we were David. So originally we named all of our beers, like our oatmeal stout was called Dark Horse Stout because we were the dark horse. The
Right.
amber was called Grindstone Amber to represent hard work. Our slogan is, work hard, drink easy. It kind of pays homage back to I was a dairy farmer that ran a farm for the first 19 years of my life, and all I ever knew was how to work really hard, and is taught like as long as you work hard, good things will come. So we named every beer that way. Our wheat beer was called Long Shot White because it was a long shot that we ever got the brewery off the ground. And every beer had that name until we learned about business and learned what to do with our branding and everything else. But yeah, originally it was called Grindstone Amber. And I believe on the original can, it had a little quote, and it was like, I forget everything. It was quit your day job, hire all your friends, burn your ties, and then make a rap video on the side. And
That's
I can
awesome.
tell you we did everything, and we tried to make the rap video, and we never produced it publicly because it was horrid. But
But you have footage.
yeah, but we have done it. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a follow-up to this at some point, right? There's footage out there, buddy.
Well,
Well,
I
Kev, if
moved.
you ever want to get in a rap video with me, we can do this.
Funnily enough, I moved to Canada because I was rapping. We were signed to a label. I've done about 50 rap videos. I got like 20 albums and mixtapes and stuff. So I know people, I know what I'm doing. I know my way around that world. So, we can make it happen.
There's something
There you
percolating
go.
there on it, yeah.
Maybe we need to bring that full circle, bring that
We
can.
hire
Revive
musicians every year, man. This is great. Okay.
Yeah,
Love this.
revive it. All right.
Bring it on back, and you film. Hey, it'd be sick to do that. You do it at the festival. Like do the video at the, you know what I mean? You walk around,
Yep.
film it there, and through it. Fuck, that's sick. All right. That's
Love it.
actually really funny. Why did you put that on the can?
It was just we honestly when we started, we made fun of ourselves like all the time, and it kind of resonated with people. We were just these guys. I mean, like if people knew what ran our brewery, we were a bunch of engineers that were, it was like, oh, we need this huge computer system to run the brewery. And Josh and I went and bought a $42 16-channel input Raspberry Pi, and it ran all of our
Really?
cooling, our brew cycles, our boiler, our HLT. It ran everything. We connected apps to our phones. They wrote about us, on in the Toronto Sun about it in the financial section, how we had done all this stuff on like nothing. So we made fun of ourselves. We grew huge beards because as Enges, we found out that it took us 7 minutes to shave in the morning. So if we just didn't shave all week, it saved us an hour. It gave us an extra hour to do work. My drive to and from the brewery is a half an hour each way. So if I slept at the brewery, got another hour. So we had that mentality that it was do whatever the hell you need to do to get it off the ground. We shook each other's hand and said we wouldn't pay ourselves or do anything for 2 full years. And we stayed true to it. We built every part of that brewery with our own 2 hands. And between Jason was an electrical engineer, Josh was an aerospace, and I was mechanical. So it was just like, we can build and do what we need to do, guys. We can self-certify. And, everybody always asked us, I think it was our stout can. I'm pretty sure it was our stout can. It said ERTW on the top. And everybody still to this day is like, what does ERTW mean? And I was like, engineers rule the world. And it's something that's talked about at ring ceremonies for engineers, ERTW. And as a joke, we put it on the can and then
hexagonal ring thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, there's a story behind that. You put it on your working hand, the guy that it's, for people that aren't engineers, they know, like, if I look at a guy's hand, his dominant hand, and he's got an engineering ring and that thing's smooth, it symbolizes the amount of work he's done with his dominant hand. He has smoothed that ring out over years and years and years. And it symbolizes the bridge that the guy forgot the formula for natural frequency, and the bridge collapsed. They took all the iron and made the rings to remind you to check your work. So for us, we put it on a can, and then all of a sudden, you know, I'm getting messages from engineers all over Ontario like, this is awesome. I can't believe you guys did this. And it was like, yeah, man, it's just what we do. Like, it wasn't even a thought for us. It wasn't a thing. We just did it for fun. So this is another cool story.
That's awesome.
That's so good, man. I like that. See,
Yeah.
once again, that's still tying back to one of the key themes here, which is the community.
Yeah.
And it's bringing in, it's like a niche within a niche type of thing, like craft beer drinking engineers that are like, yeah. And I don't know. I feel like the world, I always heard that, I know we talk about marketing business a bunch tonight too, but the like, a lot of the best things in life were aimed at a hyper niche, like Gymshark, the clothing brand, were aimed at people going to the gym. So it was Lululemon, and now athleisure is a thing. So now people just wear them shits in the street when it was intended to be worn as a breathable, sweatable material for working out. So anything that's hyper specific can grow to a larger population, which I guess is kind of craft beer. I guess is really made for sort of I wonder if that even applies. But either way, I like the fact that of going into the engineers within that sort of giving them a little like a little like,
nod.
Little nod, exactly right.
Yeah,
something
awesome.
to be like, you know, we're one of you guys, you know, and that just speaks to that community. And now you told that story. That's just cool. I'm not an engineer. I imagine you aren't either, James, Kevin. Sorry. So it's like, it's just dope. I'm like, sick. So yeah, we go tell our engineer friends. Yeah, I know. I got nothing. It's kind of pathetic, isn't it? Jeez. Yeah, I need a fucking ring, dude. Feel missing.
Keep my hands in my pockets from here on.
A lot of engines don't even get their ring if they don't grab their professional status. So it doesn't even matter. But it was, like I said, a lot of stuff we were doing wasn't really planned. It was just like, it was us. We were making beer for us. And it happened to resonate. You know, it's funny. My biggest demographic is me. It's my gender, my age group, and my stuff, because we made beer that we liked.
Right.
And it just happened to resonate with a lot of people.
Well, that just proved what I was saying before. Exactly it. You made beer for a hyper-specific minority or group of people that resonated with a larger group. And I imagine then to compare that to the festival, did you make the festival for the same reason that Jamie's talking about there? Like, you made it because this is what you wanted to see in a festival, and then it just happened that everyone loved it?
Yeah, 100%. Like, again, having been in the Orleans area for, my God, since grade 6, so I'm not going to age myself, but for eons, you know, you want to do something in the community, right? So when you talk about the raison d'être, when you start the whole thing, it was, how can we bring people around one event that will resonate with everybody in a different way, right? But different but similar way. How do you bring? I get to a certain stage and age in my life where I don't necessarily want to travel downtown for that experience. So, you know, having the experience here, but being a $5 Uber ride from my home or walking to my home was, to me, very unique, right? And there wasn't anybody at the time that was doing that. So, you know, going back to what you said, it's definitely something that was our goal, to have, you know, people that we've been told so many times, and we have videos and pictures from our events in the past. It's 19 to like 85, and no joke, it's all demographics, and everybody tells me the same thing. It's like a high school reunion. So it's 25-year-olds, like a high school reunion, 35-year-olds, a high school, 45, same idea all the way around, because they don't get out enough in the same community to celebrate anything. So I found that was a uniqueness to it that we really, really like gravitated to us personally. So, you know, from my perspective right away, it's definitely in line with what we were thinking from the beginning, is that we wanted to make it very community focused. So, yeah, we're happy with the result for sure.
That's dope. I love that. So then, as you were saying that, it got me thinking, like, so you, just like Jamie, you made a brewery to make the style of beers in the way that you and your partner wanted to drink beers, which I think is fire. And all the best breweries, after 10 years of interviewing hundreds of breweries, the best breweries are the ones who do exactly that make the beers that they want.
Their
And
passion.
then, because it's the passion, but it's
Yeah.
it's the hyper specific things, and that other people just are going to happen to like, and that's what makes a personality of a brand. For the festival, when you think about the elements, and you guys both have talked about a lot of the different elements of the festival, particularly like the music and things like that, like how do you, because beer festivals don't always have music, you know. One of the ones I was thinking of talking about in Montreal does not have that, and it's an indoor thing, and then there's other ones that are outdoor that have it and things like that. How do you, or how did you go about deciding which elements you wanted to bring to the festival, whether that's food trucks and, you know, the actual volume of breweries? Obviously you just explained the reason of the location,
Yeah.
yeah, and then the music side and anything else that you have that sort of, that you just be like, yeah, how did you decide on
You have a games section. It's almost like an active area
that?
of the
Okay.
festival too.
Yeah, well, I'll even go back to the name, right? And we're struggling with this year because we're moving out to Canada. I never intended moving past my community.
Right.
Orleans Festivals was the name of the corporation, or the corporation is actually called Kedge, but the name of the operating business was Orleans Festivals, because we never planned on going beyond Orleans. So going back to what even, you know, Jamie was talking about, you build something in the community that works. It's a transferable um, asset that you want to bring somewhere else, that will resonate somewhere else. But going back to the music and everything else, like I'm a live music guy. Like, you know, when Fest comes in, or City Folk comes in, or any kind of local concert comes in, and even at the breweries, like I love live music. And, you know, a lot of the time in the summers, and me and my buddies would head up to the East Coast and hit Halifax and just spend hours upon hours of the lower deck and it's just such a great feeling. So I could have gone the route of doing like a, you know, a DJ and spending $500 versus the $40,000 that it runs me to run a stage and local acts and everything else. And in I think it was year 1 or year 2, we had an on-stage act, and then we had, you know, like we had a second act happening within the beer tent the entire time. And it wasn't a benefit to anybody else but me. Like I loved it. And I wanted to have more musicians at the event. Again, not taking away from the breweries, but giving more to the experience. So I think from that side, it's really grown into something that the symmetry between the type of vendors that we have. And listen, I'll talk about, you know, when we first started, we had meetings out, Jamie, when they're
Yep.
running out of St. Joseph. So okay.
Really early.
And Matt and his brother. And I remember having to almost convince these guys as an eatery that it would be beneficial to them to show up at the event, even for the exposure, right? And I still remember Matt's brother looking at me at one point saying, "My God, we've had to go back to the shop 4 times today to get more product out here."
Yeah.
And, you know, and to fast forward to where we are today, meetings is now in-house with, I'll let you speak to it, Jamie, but in-house Broadhead. And they just announced that they're in a partnership with the Ottawa Senators at their events.
Yeah.
So like,
so they've
it's a really
partnered with
cool story.
NHL guys, and Matt came a long way. And for me, I knew, from my perspective, I knew these guys made a delicious Southern barbecue. Like these guys, Matt traveled down there to figure out how to do it, you know, bought the smokers, did everything kind of the way I did, like sold the house, sold the car, went all chips in, and went, nope, I'm going to do this because I enjoy it. And I watched them struggle a little bit in COVID, and we put our heads together, and I said, you know, I don't have a great food program. I have an amazing tap room. It's really light in there. You know, we have great sound system. I can get live people in, but essentially at that time, I don't know if you remember, Kev, we were serving like pretzels, popcorn, beef jerky. It was all stuff
Snacks.
that, you know, it wasn't, we didn't have a kitchen. And so we entered a partnership with Matt, and the whole idea was to build out a food program, and we ran it for 2 years. We hit all the targets they wanted to, and now they're a subtenant of mine. They've moved and rent 3,000 square feet from me. They run their catering kitchen. They do 80 weddings a year. They, as you mentioned, they just partnered with the Sens, and a lot of that stemmed from community events, getting their name out and getting Orleans and, you know, I'll call it Eastern Ottawa behind them. And now they're slowly, organically going bigger. They're, you know, like they're now in the West End doing the Sens. They're the official pulled pork sponsor of the Senators. So if you go to the NHL game and get a pulled pork sandwich, it's their meat, their sauces, and their stuff. And they, you know, they manufacture a lot of that stuff in our building. It's crazy.
And what's kind of really cool about that is the group that's moved in now to their space is Hidden Taste.
Yep.
Hidden Taste was at our event last year, and
Yep.
they now come into our Cork and Fork event, and they're seeing a rise in their business. And I'm not saying it's because of us at all. I'm saying it's community driven. The community is out, they're tasting, they're enjoying, they're hearing the story, they're visiting, and that explodes. And these are all great stories about how, you know,
But you got to give yourself credit there, Kev, too, though. Like, you know, you say it's not because of you, but you give people the opportunity to put their wares and their products in front of a huge demographic in a community. Like I said, that's very targeted. Everybody that goes there likes food and beer. And if you make a good product, you're going to be well liked. And both of those restaurant establishments have been to those festivals and are exploding right now. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good story all around.
This is amazing. This is like a nice little tangent that we didn't plan on. I love this so much because this really drills down on the benefits of participating in community focused events such as festivals, and it sort of puts you in front of that audience and lets you get that, like you said earlier, Jamie. Where else can you get thousands of faces in front of your business to try your wares in one place, to just be like, and just get this immediate feedback, to the point where you said I had to go back 4 times to a physical space, like, to get more shit? Like, that's crazy. And then now they're doing all of this. That's a fantastic, like, full circle story. I love that.
Well, and it goes back to the long game, right? And I'm going to take it away from beer for a moment. The ready to drink ones like Sandbagger and all those guys that come out, right? We had a new one this year. I'm not going to name names. And they didn't do as well as the other RTDs. And they sent an email saying they want to not participate in Kanata. They didn't feel it was beneficial to them, blah, blah, blah. And it's okay. I came back with an email saying, obviously, if you look at the grand scheme of things, these other groups have been in here for a while. And it's a true story. My dental hygienist, who had gone into right after the event, said to me, you know what's amazing about this is year 3, and the guy from Blackfly remembered my name, talked to me right away, introduced me to drink, and all we did was stood by his booth all night.
Yeah.
Right. So again, it talks back to what you were saying before, Jamie. It's all these relationships you're building. Right. And I tried explaining that in the message, saying if you're thinking about it as a one-off and in the event, you still make money back. But if you're hoping to be a one bang and make X amount of dollars, it may not happen in year 1, but the long-term gain is more people coming out to your establishment. And I said to him in the email, and it's a true story, we go to Toronto at least once or twice a year between hockey or dance for our kids. And I said, we were planning on visiting your spot, on the way in, because the story was kind of really cool. And that's the long-term effect, I think. And again, not just for me, but any festival that runs in a community has.
Yep.
I wonder if that message needs to be communicated maybe more often, or that's the type of thing that you can put out on social in the off times, that those success stories, like the restaurant, right? That restaurant, what was it called again? I'm sorry.
Meetings.
Yep. MEATINGS.
You got
it. Hilarious. I love that.
Best social media stuff too, right?
It's
phenomenal. Give it a follow. It's great.
Okay. Meet our meat.
Meet our meat. Love a good meat pun.
Yeah.
Here for it. But like that, like, it's almost like telling those success stories that, like, not, once again, it's kind of like, I know you being humble, it's like, but your event is one of multiple things in their stories, but just to be like, hey, these guys were new and then they came through the event and they had to go back, and you have a little like interview with them or something like that, that could even be just to tell that story, because that could be powerful for the folks who are considering not doing the Kanata thing to hear, so that they can understand. Because maybe, and this is arguably the point of this conversation, is just to sort of showcase the benefits of participating in events like yours, that what they can do for the long run, and people do have to think more than just the now. And if you recouped, then you're blessed. And kind of what Jamie, you said earlier, you were like, yo, if I even lose a little bit, it's okay, because that level of exposure is unparalleled for people within the direct community who could literally the next day walk in my door. And that
Yep.
is pretty fucking cool.
Well, and you can do talk about engagement. Like, you know, I don't believe it's on our website anymore, but Kev, it must have been, I want to say your third year maybe. And we didn't know what we were going to capture, and we threw a GoPro up in the back of our tent. And we did a time capture of this GoPro, right? And it's like you said, you do $5,000 at $2 a pop. I'm gonna pull on those draft lines 2,500 times. Two guys working the booth, right? So you're going back and forth 1,200 to 1,300 times. So you see us, and we're just in this mode. But every once in a while, my marketing girl would slow that video down, and the advertisement and the video, I have it somewhere. I should send it to you.
That's awesome.
We would slow it down, and then we would focus in on somebody's face that you just handed a beer, and you'd catch them in this pandemonium, and then you'd catch the video in real time, and they'd take a sip, look at their partner, and be like, fuck, that's good. And you wouldn't have the audio, but you could read it in their lips, and then we'd put it up on our website. And it was just this gratifying, like, I didn't talk to that guy. I know nothing about him, but that guy loves our beer. And he just went and told his wife, and we caught it all on film. Like, it was amazing, you know?
Fucking really smart, man.
It's all those little things. And I know meetings is the same. I work with Matt and Nick all the time, and we love that. Like, now, part of what Kevin's doing is, you know, we try and do festivals together now. Like, what goes better than like Southern smoked meats and beer? Like, it's like, give me a booth right next to their trailer, and when you're after brisket and you're thirsty, like, hi, right here, come and see us. You know, it's pretty great. Pretty great.
That's, I'm just peeking through their social as you're talking now, and I see the one where they're out front of the brewery and stuff. Like, this is sick. And then just posting a lot with oh, you are, look at that, doing little what's the beef, Broadhead edition.
Yep.
Dude, this I'm gonna follow these fucking guys. That's awesome. As a social media
is awesome.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Honestly, this is fantastic. They got a few reels that are like nearly 200K type of thing views. I fuck with that. That's
I
awesome.
filmed 2 of them this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's perfect. I love that. See, that's like a fantastic success story that comes from sort of all of this. It always reminds me of like the one of my favorite things are contract brewing success stories, kind of like the Bond Brewery that came from the festival and the home brew and like when a brewery's a home brew, a contracting. So like if he's contracting and he moves to a brick and mortar, which I imagine is the ultimate goal. And I don't know if you guys remember back in probably around the time you started the festival, Kevin, there was a sentiment in Ontario that wasn't super favorable towards contract breweries. I don't know why. Even I lived in Montreal at the time, but I was here a lot. So it was just so silly to me. Like people just got so mad about it because there's a few contract breweries that were killing it. And they just got furious about it. So I was always like, y'all don't fucking understand business. It pissed me off. I really was very aggressive on all of our content. Standing up for them because I'm like, this is what do you want them to do? Just drop $2 million on a brewery that's going to fail? Let them build a brand. And then do it. Not everyone who's doing contract breweries is trying to be some marketing company that doesn't care about beer. Some of them are, but the vast majority are not. So I like hearing when I love those full circle contract brewery stories when they just end up having a physical space. And I love hearing things like this with meetings that are going from like a food truck, essentially.
Yep.
Rocking up at festivals.
They were small space to.
He started with one pig roaster.
Yeah, that's it.
Literally. It was crazy. He sold his car to buy the pig roaster.
Yeah.
See, that's such an amazing story. And just like that, any entrepreneur can learn from that. It doesn't matter what industry you're in, just seeing that level of dedication.
And to your point, contract brewery to me is just somebody being fiscally responsible and limiting the risk and then growing organically. I make beer, and I won't name, well, we've talked about Craig. He's one of 9 breweries that I make beer for. Amazing. I won't mention. Some of them don't want to be mentioned, and I won't break that trust. But I will name some that I don't make beer for anymore that I helped launch. Skeleton Brewery in Kingston.
And they were
Whitewater Brewing Company out in Cobden Falls. Hogsback Brewing Company.
No way.
I launched them. Who else could I name from back in the day? There's so many guys that we have helped get off the ground that are not, they're not competition. Like they are, but they're not. Bob Cajun Brewery. They just got their bricks and mortar up. They just renovated and built that whole nice new space with all their games on the inside. Their tap room's beautiful. Yeah, Robert, we made his beer for the first time and launched that brand for him, and he's gone out on his own, and they now have bricks and mortar. It's a smart model.
I love it. I love hearing that, and that's sick because you're saying this with all respect. I think it's awesome. It's
mutually beneficial, really.
Hell yeah, it is.
You're going to get the knowledge of a brewer that has a little more experience than you that can help you launch your brand. And in return, you're going to buffer and help my revenue and my cash flow because you're business for me. 100%. It's the perfect synergy. It's honestly, it's amazing.
And it makes a lot of sense for a contract brewery to go to things like, participate in things like the Orleans Festival and Kanata Festival to showcase their products there to get that real time, kind of like you were describing Craig from Bond Brewery, just watching his beer with thousands of people and just losing his mind. You'd be doing the same thing as I met a dude here recently. It's called Nomad Brewery, and he works at Clifford in Hamilton, and he's contracting through through Clifford. So the beautiful thing is you can make your own, he can actually make his own beer because he's paying Clifford to make it. Because I don't know what it's like in Ontario, but in Quebec, you weren't allowed to do it. If you were the contractor, you can't touch nothing. So for him being the employee there, the brewer, he's able to do it. And he was at the Toronto Festival of Beer, and I put him in touch with a few little licensees that I'm aware of and stuff like that. I love the hustle. I love seeing that. So I hope he gets to where he needs to get to.
And you can really tell it's a big passion, right? Because when you talk about Craig as an example, most brewers that show up have their vans, their decals, and the whole 9 yards. Craig showed up to pick up his stuff on the Sunday with his wife and kids in the back of the station wagon, I think it was. Right. And his wife smiling ear to ear, he was smiling ear to ear, just from the whole experience. And that's kind of a cool thing, right? Because you recognize that, yes, it's not his full-time gig, but we talked about this a couple of times. It's his passion.
He's working towards it though,
and he's loving it. Right? That's a really cool story.
I love it. I love hearing it. That's fantastic.
I can tell you, if I was to do it again, I would take that route. You see the breweries now. This brewery, I can tell you, there's over $1 million of stainless in my brewery when we first built it. I know breweries that spend $1 million to buy a plot of land and have an asset of a building. So if they don't function well, they have an asset to sell. It's a smart business move, and it's a lot less risky. Right. And then get somebody else to make their beer. If I went down, I got to find a way to pay people back a couple $1 million, and I don't have an asset to show anymore because the bank took it, and I don't own my building. I'm on a lease. So it's the way that we started in 2011 to do that now, completely different competitive environment, and I don't know that it's smart. I don't know that I would do it the same way ever again.
Interesting.
I
Yeah.
know a lot of that's really good perspective. I know a bunch of breweries. There was one brewery. I don't want to say it just in case. I don't know if he says it publicly, but he started a contract, got a physical space, and he. I think I just asked him like, "Yo, what are you gonna do with the brands? Are you gonna brew all these brands in house now?" He's like, "No, I'm gonna keep contracting them. There is no way I can get that rate for the volume that he's doing via contracting if he did
Yeah.
it in house in any smaller brew house." So it's like,
Yeah.
it just makes sense. And I know so many other breweries would be like, yeah, I contract these. Like even Bickford, he talked about it on the podcast, is a small brewery, like a home brewer that kind of has a tiny setup in Toronto.
Right.
He brews all the small things in house. It turns over like every 2 weeks. Like everything really moves quick because they're such small batches. It's glorified home brewing is basically what he says. But he's got like his 4 flagships that he brews out of Common Good in Scarborough. So
Yep.
that, and he's like, that's just easier. They'll do it. They have, I can't brew lagers because he doesn't have the glycol or anything like that. So he's like, they can take care of that. Works perfect because they'll be able to do it better than I could. Now I can concentrate on making all the fun small batch stuff through here, and then he can go and I'm like, that's a sick model. And I feel
Yep.
like that not shame, but that kind of like whoever the people who were I don't know, the beer scene, whatever. There was just like people who were just being dicks about it back in the day, and it always sort of rubbed me the wrong way. So I feel like that is disappearing. Whereas
The legalities for those guys, what a lot of people don't know too, are different than if you have bricks and mortar.
Okay.
So they take a less financial risk, but they don't have the exposure that a bricks and mortar has. Like you can't just launch and distribute through the beer store and do certain things if you don't have bricks and mortar. They don't
Right.
allow you to do it. So I really dislike when people hammer contract breweries because they're really working hard and they're trying to do things smart. And really, they're smarter than most people. They're taking less risk and they're building their brand quicker. And they're letting the manufacturer guys take care of the manufacturing. And to your point, you know, it's a ruthless sales pitch by me,
Yeah.
but it's a true sales pitch, and it's one that I've never lost. When I come into a brewery and they have a certain size brew house, my first pitch to somebody is, do you know your numbers? Do you know your margin? And if they say yes, okay, so if I can improve your margin and I can make your beer cheaper than you and sell it back to you cheaper than you can make it, why shouldn't I make your beer? I'm going to make it cheaper. I'm going to make it better. And it's going to be more consistent than you can make it. Go learn some stuff. I don't know why you would say no.
I was thinking of trying to think of a reason why not, and all I could think of, but you kind of said it was the quality would be the only real thing that I could think of, because it's intangible as opposed to
Right.
like a bottom line, like, you know, like actual dollars and cents. But
Yep.
if physically it's a better quality product, I mean, like, what are you gonna say?
Yep. It's like,
It makes a lot of sense. The stigma's gone, really, essentially, at this point. It's more like, and business is almost front and center now because of so many breweries closing or merging or something like that.
yep.
If that's what's going to keep people afloat better, because they're going to essentially have more money in their pockets at the end of the day by doing something like that. Like, be like, all right, these flagships, these lagers, I don't have. They always fuck up my tanks. I always take up 12 weeks. It's too long. If you
Yep.
can do that and you got the space for it, then like,
Yeah,
why
go
not?
for it. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. Next one, fellas. I feel like we've been really enjoying the conversation, so we're not moving quick, but
Too quick.
okay.
So let's go to India Pale Lager.
Yes. There we go. I love this style. I feel like I have this so few and far between. Is it like? Do you guys see a lot of what is happening here? Do you guys see a lot of IPLs these days?
Not a lot from my perspective. I don't know about you, Kev.
No.
Yeah, I really don't see them. I feel like they were around a lot back in the day a bit.
Yep.
That's better. But definitely not seeing them as much as I used to. So I was very happy to see this in the lineup for tonight. And this is part of the Taproom series.
Yeah. So this one if you're, getting that on your nose at the front, you're going to notice there's some hops in there. The IBU
Yes.
is a 37, so I can't mask that the way we did in the previous beers. It's got a little bit more bitterness, a little bit more hops. The serum's a 5. It's a, pretty standard clear looking beer. ABV comes in at 5.7. Nothing crazy in this beer, 2-row carafoam, some pale malts and that kind of thing. Galaxy hops, one of my favorite.
Oh, it's Galaxy?
Amsterdam.
And some Columbus and some Cascade. That's the 3 hops that are in there. This beer, so first off, to your point, it comes under our 174 series. Kev knows this locally. We have a highway just behind the brewery that's not far from where Kev resides, and it's called the 174 highway.
Okay.
We wanted to get involved with the community, so we named a Taproom Series after the highway behind the brewery. And the whole idea was, when I met Mark, our brewmaster, he was moving to Ottawa and he was a vet. He was a brewer for 13 or 14 years at Muskoka. One of the things that, I talk to him and I try and stress with a lot of my employees when we're onboarding or going through the hiring process is, what didn't you like at your old job? If you could make this your dream job, what would you do? And one of the questions that I love asking is, if you had an unlimited budget and I gave it to you and you could spend it to do anything in this field, what would you do? And you just listen to the answers.
That's awesome.
And I feel like Mark didn't ever get recognition for how awesome he is at his craft. And it's no slight. I love Muskoka. I just find they don't highlight their brewers. So I said, okay, Mark, I need your autograph. If not just to sign the employee agreement, but I want to put your name and a little blurb on the side of every single can. So as you can see, his signature is on every single can that we make. If you look at the front, this is release number 123. We're getting close to that 125 will be our next release. The next one we're going to drink is a 124th release. And his complaint was, at a large batch brewery, it's like a chef that has the same recipe. I go to work, it's monotonous. I make the same goddamn beer. And then I go home and I never get to be creative. And I want to show what I can do. And I want to make some really funky beers. And I said, okay, let's put our brains together here. We came up with the 174 series. And the idea was, I'm going to give you the freedom to make a 20-hect batch. You don't have to do a pilot batch. You just make whatever the hell you want. How many beers can you make me in a year? And he's like, are you joking me? And I was like, no, I'm being dead serious. If I told you you had the freedom to make as many beers as you want, we'll make limited runs. We'll try it on our customers in the tap room. We'll make enough kegs that we can trickle it out to 3 to 5 licensee accounts, but it'll be very, very limited. But we will get our taproom servers, yourself, and everybody else will get real-time feedback from customers about what they like, what they didn't like, what you can change. If it's popular, we'll bring it in as a seasonal. So it'll go from a one-off to something that we hold for a quarter, so like 3 months. And if that's popular, we'll bring it into the core lineup or we'll submit it to the LCBO. And he goes, I love it. Yeah. And he goes, I'll make you a new beer every 2 weeks. He has held true to that since we've opened the brewery, and he has made me a new beer every 14 days. So he makes 26 new beers that he's never made every single year. And it allows our brewers, even the new guys that don't have the experience, he's got a guy under him right now, Phil, really cool guy that came off of a student work program. He was working in the tap room. He loved the brew house, got on the brew house, started making a lemon drop beer. And I was like, you want to scale it and make it? Kev knows it. We put it in our 174 series, and it allows these guys that don't have the experience of Mark to create a beer, be proud of it, and put it in front of people. And then if it's a flop, which we hadn't really had too many flops. I'm very happy to say.
That's amazing.
It's only there for 2 weeks anyways, and it's a small batch. So like,
It'll
forget
fly
about it,
in.
boys. Make your next one. And the feedback has been phenomenal. And the quick story about India Pale Ale, and I won't take up much more time. I call this the elusive beer. Every time Mark has tried to make this in the last 3 years, I'm telling you, something happens at the brewery that completely screws this guy. Like, we've had power outages when he's in the middle of a brew.
Come
We've
on.
had a glycol chiller and pumps go down in the middle of a batch that he's transferring. Like, everything that you could possibly imagine that could screw up a brew has happened with this beer. And he told me, I'm going to release this year. I'm going to release it in the fall. And I circled it on our series. And as it got closer, the joke about the brewery is this one going to make it all the way to the end? And are we going to get this out to the public? And we finally got it out, and we celebrated a little bit, internally. And it was like, we finally got our IPL out, and nothing broke, nothing, every system worked. And Mark, you made your beer. So for him, we finally got this out.
Well, cheers to Mark.
Absolutely.
Cheers to Mark.
Cheers to Mark. Get that in you. This is great, by the way.
Thank you.
I love a good IPL.
So I love that farm team kind of story, from 174 up to seasonal to up. And so of the 174 series, how many have kind of gone that route to being
there's been a few.
regular
We released
question.
a strawberry guava saison that we won some awards with
I remember
at
that.
the LCBO. I think we've done 3 releases and brought it back, the peach mango kolsch
That's
that
great.
we've made.
Yeah.
Even the NEIPA, we made a session NEIPA that was, you put me on the spot. I think it was a 2.5 or 3%, and it was basically the New England IPA but less alcohol.
What was it called?
Brewed at that alcohol, not watered down, and it was successful. So we launched it as a seasonal for a while.
What about the tangerine? Is that one of them?
2.5.
Tangerine started that way.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. There's been a couple, Kev. Like, I'd have to go through the lit. Obviously, he's made about 125 of them. So, it's like, I can't remember all of them, but yeah, I mean, even our Ryan Ginger, he makes my favorite drink. Going through my 20s and 30s was just a straight up Ryan Ginger. I love old fashions. I love those drinks even as much as I do my craft beer. And Mark was like, let me make you a Ryan Ginger beer. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, I'm going to grind up, real ginger root. I'm going to use a rye malt that they would use in a distillery. And I'm going to make you a Ryan Ginger, but that's a beer at 5 to 5.5%. And he did, and it was friggin' delicious. I mean, we coupled with Maverick Donuts. And one of our last, we have markets at the brewery. So we have a fall market where we get like 40 vendors. It's like a farmer's market.
Yeah, it's great.
And Maverick Donuts has been coming for years, and they make these delicious cinnamon donuts. And he goes, I know this is crazy, Mark, but can you make a beer with this? So we made an imperial cinnamon donut stout, and we literally piled this guy's donuts into a fermenter. And God, was it one of the most delicious beers. The cinnamon came through, the donut came through. We showcased it at it was Steam Whistle's like winter festival, and top selling beer. And it was literally because of this 174 series. And
Kev at Maverick?
Yep, exactly. And he came by and he's like, I'm happy to help. He baked all these donuts in the morning, brought them over fresh. We started eating them, threw them into the vat, and lo and behold, we made this donut beer. And I was like, I don't know that we can ever duplicate it, but that 174 series allows those guys to play with some, I'll be blunt, some pretty crazy shit that you would never.
That empowerment to your brewers keeps them your brewers. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, from my perspective, if you're not given that creativity to be able to do what you want to do on an ongoing, and especially throwing the gauntlet down and saying every 2 weeks is a bit, I thought, ambitious for sure. But just the fact that they're doing it,
Yep.
like, he's been with you for how long? Right?
2017, I think 2018 we hired Mark. So
And I'm telling you, running the event, how many times we reached out to somebody from the same brewery who said, no, he or she is gone. They're gone on to something else, right? So that's a testament to what you're doing, buddy.
Thank you. So yeah, that beer's been, I've been waiting to drink this beer for about 3 years. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm very happy that it finally made it out, and we get to try it.
I'm glad we timed it for the pod. It's it's that's awesome story. I agree with everything you said there, Kevin. I think it's important that breweries get to give the brewers like something like this to just fuck around, and if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you have to take shots at goal, and it's okay if it misses, because the impact is minimal. If it's a miss, it's not like it's like 20 grand down the drain. It's just like
2 weeks.
Exactly. One's 2 weeks, but two, it's a small system. So the actual finance, like, and it's not going to be, unless it's a drain pour, you're not draining it. It's just maybe like, yeah, we're not the happiest with it, but we can still sell it type thing, So it's like, I think it's awesome. And then this is a fun style because it's I can probably count on one hand how many IPLs I've had in the last little bit. I always feel like they're so fire. I don't know why people don't do them. Essentially, it's an IPA brewed with lager yeast and hopped in the same way.
Yep.
And fermented cold.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. You ferment it cold and you let it lager in the tank a lot longer than you would an ale or an IPA that you could flip in 9 to 14 days. That beer, I'd have to check the recipe, but it's got probably 5 weeks in a tank to crisp up.
Which is, it creates a whole different experience. It's I think it's just super fun. I don't know why. It's one of the styles that I think, there's brewed IPAs and cold IPAs, all these different things that are kind of like funny and silly that like sort of had their moment. They had their moment, but they didn't really take off. And I feel like IPLs kind of just like didn't really get that amount of shine. And I feel like they're like a pretty dope style. I mean, arguably, it's just a dry hop lager.
Yep.
So it's sort of, but the branding, it's branding and marketing, calling it IPL. I don't know. I just like him personally. I'm very partial to him, so I was very happy to see this. And now knowing the story that this thing almost didn't happen multiple times is makes this can extra sweet.
There you go.
Yeah, fucking bomb. So the other thing, I know we've covered a lot of this stuff that we had already pre-planned. So one of the things we haven't covered yet, there was your T-shirt there, Kev.
Oh, the Wish Your Beer moment. Yeah. So
talk to us about that.
Yeah, so it's got a couple different meanings to it, to be honest with you. So, so like I said at the very beginning, I've got a buddy of mine right back in this picture over here, who lost his battle of lung cancer in around the same time I was launching the festival. And in around that same time, we have an annual weekend with the guys. We call it the Whisker, that we've been doing since I don't know, the age of 15, right? And again, so if I age myself many, many, many moons that we've been doing this for. And some guy showed up, a buddy of mine, Mark Wall showed up from Calgary wearing this Wish You Were Beer old ratted like tank top, right? And I remember that moment really resonating with me, trying to get on stage and do something very different in that first year. And like we talked about the festival that had the Molson and Labatt's and what have you at it. It was happening near the same time that we're running our first event. And so we did it in twofold. Like I knew from my perspective, it was a call back to my friend Mark or Daesh. But it was also the fact that the people at the event were choosing our event over the other event that was happening in the city. And again, in that moment on stage, I think I said, hey, let's tell them we wish you were beer, wish you were here, right? And that took off, and it's now a backdrop to our stage, Wish You Were Beer. And kind of every year it's been a staple at our events. We've had Jamie was talking about the Ottawa Charge. So the Ottawa Charge, a number of their players showed up, like Gabby Hughes, and a number of them showed up last year at our event, or this past year, sorry, in Orleans. and they wanted to get up on stage, and they've got this fucking phenomenal video of them on stage, just getting the crowd ramped up. And it was at a peak of the event, right? So you had 2,500 people just jumping up and down after finishing in the finals of the playoffs, right? And her doing that wish your beer moment. So for me, it resonates quite a bit. But every year we kind of give it to somebody else to have that moment. So like I said, in the community in Orleans, what we've done is we've reached out to people we know who've done some good work in Orleans, some local people who've either stood up for a few of them for cancer research, glioblastoma, which is the brain cancer that affects a number of people out here. Laura, she told her story on stage and got to be able to tell that story. Sean Sisk, who does a lot of photography in the area, out of Overflow Brewery as well, right?
Yeah.
And through a number of health issues, he told the story there as well. We have a guy out here, Kyle Humphreys, who is in a wheelchair and helps us every year to ensure our festivals are have the proper accessibility. So we gave him the opportunity to grab the mic and kind of have this wish your beer moment. So we kind of really lean into that to try to, and it's a call to the community as well, right? So we from Orleans at the event are calling out to the beyond Orleans, saying, "Hey, man, wish you a beer, right? Wish you were here." So it's and in the video that I sent you today,
Can we run that?
You'll kind of hear it being said 3 times, right? Where the entire group is up there cheersing the crew and saying, "Wish you a beer." So that's where it comes from. We decided to run with that with our swag, and
Your photo booth have it as well.
we have it in our photo booth, and that's a big thing as well. And we run around the festival now, and we capture little videos of people, and they're all cheersing the camera, saying "Wish you a beer." So it's kind of our way to push on socials as well, right? To say, if you've missed out, and truth be told, again, for our Saturday moment, we have this moment on Saturdays. Yeah, I'm showing the video now. On Saturdays, it sells out really quickly. And so the whole cheer to the crowd is, tell your buddies that missed out on the tickets that they wish you a beer. And, that's why we get the 1,300 tickets sold on day one. So
That's honestly 1,300 tickets on one day is insanity. Like, that is crazy. I had no idea this was the scope or the scale of what you were doing, bro. Like, that's
and as much as I appreciate it, it took 5 years to get to even 1,300 over the first couple of months, right?
Mean, that's
so
not even that long.
And that's where I go back to, I think, what Jamie was saying. It's a long game. It's you got to recognize where you're kind of going. So yeah, this video here, I'm not sure if you're able to show it or not, but this video is
I'm going to play it. I wanted you to talk through it. So you tell me when you want me to press play.
I'll wait. So this video kind of showcases the event, the demographics at the event all over the map, the musicians at the event, the crowd at the event.
Oh, this is from this year.
And what I say all the time is it's the smiles on the faces, right? You see everybody really having a good time, and it's really community based. And the one thing when I was watching the video, and truth be told, in all the videos that we've had, you always recognize a number of people, and that's kind of really cool in the community too.
I love it. So for those who are listening on the audio, we're about to play a video, so you're not going to hear much, but Kevin's going to talk us through it anyway. You could switch over to YouTube or Spotify to actually see the video, but so I'm going to run it now. So Kev, this is not going to have any audio, so you can just talk away and just explain anything that's going on.
Well, I'll try to keep up. It's fast moving.
Tell me that I can pause too.
Yeah. So again, you just saw the stage. So there's the stage. I think that one is, I think, myself and DJ Mace behind me. And what we're doing is we're throwing T-shirts and having that wish you a beer moment to the stage.
Can you explain what the wish you a beer moment is specifically?
So again, it's the idea that, like, you can see in the background, "Wish your beer" is our tagline too, right? So it's the entire crowd kind of reaching out to communities past Orleans, saying, "Hey, come on out. You're welcoming here. It's a great time." And for me personally, as I always said this, it's also me reaching out to a buddy that I lost, saying, "Hey, man, I really wish your beer to see this." And so it resonates with me personally, but it's also a call to everybody else to come out to the event, right? And again, when we sell out the event every year on this, specifically on the Saturday night, it sells out almost immediately. Okay. you don't think you have as many friends as you do until you sell an event and your name is tagged to it. Because all of a sudden you start getting, these people reaching out to you that you haven't seen since like grade 10 science class. You're like, hey man, remember me? Can I get in? And it's this moment where I feel like going back to him or anybody else and saying, hey, like buy your tickets ahead of time. So it's a kind of really good moment for us personally. But it expands past that. It calls back to the community and touches base with people in the community that to have that moment too.
And it's no joke, like what Kevin's saying, like people literally walk around saying the quote. They put it up on their own socials. It's a bit of a vibe, like it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. It makes sense. It's cool. It's great to have something like that as well that people can use. One as a hashtag, but two is just like say it. They walk around saying it. That's awesome.
Well, and the cool thing too is I was in I think I was in like Lids in a mall, and there was a Wish You're a Beer cap. And I'm thinking I should have really branded that whole thing at that time, right? Like, and it's obviously it was done way before me, and we're just expanding on that. But yeah.
Well, if it's there's a saying we have in Australia, it says "get it in you," and it just means like drink the beer, whatever. And I trademarked it in Canada, so it's like if anyone uses it, I can cease and desist them bitches. So
that's awesome.
What I'm saying is, you could probably do the same.
Yeah, likely at this point. Yeah,
and you
can prior use, Kev. Whoever
prior use, and you got the Berlin Protocol, which allows you to do it in the States as well. Via the same thing, which is very interesting. All right, we'll keep playing. Tell me at any point to pause it, and I'll pause.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to keep up here. So,
I see what you're saying. It's moving pretty quick.
Yeah, you're seeing. So it's a lot of clips of video. So there's the stage. So the backdrop is a City of Ottawa building back there. Again, the stage. What I like to represent too is you'll see presented by, and you see all the sponsors on the side of the stage.
Yes.
We have had the same sponsors for the most part for 6 events.
Okay.
They don't, and it's really cool because we give them the chance to go on stage and really talk to the community as well. Apart from giving them some free tickets, they it's kind of comical looking back in 2017, us reaching out versus us now getting emails asking, hey, can we continue our sponsorship? So it's a really nice vibe there. I love it.
I love that. I also love the English French on either side, being that you're in the Ottawa region, so you're right by the border, so you're making the Quebec community feel super welcome as well.
Yeah, and you can't see it there, but close to the stage, the bottom banner is all French as well.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I love that a lot. This is a really well done video. Yes.
Yeah, there you get to see, like, again, the tents in the middle. That's part of that beer gardens area that we're talking about. You get 28 brewers side by side in that area. You have a hard time at around 9:30 walking through that crowd. So we have like one of the services we offer the breweries there is we have an ice truck, and we give every vendor a QR code, and they just tap the QR code and order the ice, and then our volunteers run the ice to them, so they don't have to run away from their booth, right?
That's insane.
And the
Thank
feedback
you for that,
I
by
get.
The way.
What's that?
Thank you for that, by the way.
No, hey, don't thank me. Thank the volunteers, and I will give kudos right now when I can. We have a ton of events in the Ottawa area that struggle, and a number of events that cancel because they can't get enough volunteers. We have a rotating community of 80 volunteers at minimum that participate in the Orleans event year after year. So my shout out to them, because it's to me, there's no way we can do what we do without the people that are helping us out, and they volunteer their time, right? Like, it's tremendous.
From the brewery's perspective, at 9:30, when you got a lineup and you got 6 taps going wide open, and you got to try and walk through that crowd to grab ice and leave your booth, and it's slow pouring down. Yeah. We thank you very much for that.
Again, don't thank me. The volunteers are fantastic, man. So no, and that gives a perspective of what he's saying, though, like that. And the whole event, there's a couple of videos on our YouTube page that you can take a look at. In particular, I think it's one by the Honest Heart Collective that are playing. Mr. Brightside. And that's a couple of years ago where I was standing on a post and I veer across the entire grounds, and you really get a perspective in the peak of the event, just how packed it is. So anyways,
It's already looking pretty rad. I
Yeah.
love it. I love the use of tech as well, by the way, to make things easier. It's beautiful. I love it. We got pouring, we got food going. Let's go. We got the guitars. Yeah, look
Yeah.
at that crowd. That is fucking ram, dog.
Oh yeah.
That's
And
gonna
so
take you 45 minutes to walk through that.
So that's the side. Like if you're thinking about the event, the crux of the event, if you look at that first lamppost, that's where it really is.
Around.
So
Can I see that now?
yeah, it's we actually in a couple of years,
This
the
lamppost here?
volunteers have decided to keep almost the garbage at one side because they couldn't get through the crowd to get it to the other side, and we move it towards the end of the night.
Right.
So
I love it.
Yeah.
I think this shot really does capture how hectic this is.
Yeah, thanks.
This is wild. I love it. This is cool. I'm glad you sent this. Okay, so this thing here. Hang on,
That
wait.
was the beer tent. I think
That was the beer
that.
tent. I'm gonna.
Oh, there's our
Yeah.
tent.
So right there, that's the TV I was talking about in the beginning that you see up.
Right.
There's
I
two
see at the
TVs
top.
back to back, and that's
Yes.
the Edmonton in the Stanley Cup Finals, right? So obviously a Canadian
them.
team in the Stanley Cup Finals, the crowd's going fucking nuts. And if you get up there with a remote in your hand, you better have the code to step in, because I felt like immediately emasculated when I got there with the remote and I couldn't remember my code because I was getting shot down by every person around. So that's that moment, kind of probably likely an hour before the officer got up and did it. Like I said, in a very Canadiana moment.
Yeah, with the gun reach. I love it. I love it.
And I give credit to the people who have helped out for that, because I got the TVs, but they were climbing ladders and thinking of ways to connect to the tent and everything else. And, my buddy Andrew and his brother John, like they did all that work, right? So it's really cool.
Came through. Love it. Community again. Yet again. Tell me whenever to pause. We got the games there.
Well, those are the games. So something that we'll have in Canada that didn't happen in Orleans. We have like a little tagline there saying, I think it's called Sip, Toss, Repeat on these games. So we've got games throughout the event, from the Grand Jenga to the Connect Fours to the cornhole, and we've got about 7 boards out there for the cornhole, 7 sets of boards. They're always being played throughout the event. It's great.
That's fire. Cornhole's fun. It's a must for a beer thing.
That band, by the way.
Yes.
So
Tragically Hip.
right? Tragically Hip cover band. You've never heard this guy here. If you know anything about the Tragically Hip, if you close your eyes, you think you're at a Hip concert.
He acts like Gord.
It's insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Anyways.
Good for them. I wish. Yeah, I don't understand, but I've seen how important it is when to Canada. Very cool.
Yeah. All the various beers that are being served. Yeah. That was our homebrew trophy. So
that one we just went.
Yeah. So Jamie has said that was at his brewery for a while. So we've kind of set that up almost like a mini Stanley Cup. You look around it, they have the year, the name of the person who've won, the name of the beer, and the brewery. So every year kind of gets back. And if you win and it's done in the brewery, that brewery holds on to it and showcases it for the year, much as the Stanley Cup.
Love it. Once again, community. This is the beer tent from a different perspective.
Yeah, that is exactly that. Oh no, I don't think that's the beer tent. I think that's the side. That's the actual.
That's the side one. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the shit you're talking about, where whether it's hot or raining, everybody can gather underneath this large covering and still be able to get served by the breweries alongside.
Yeah,
this is not what I pictured at all.
That's right down the street.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, this
literally
is
a closed down street.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're dealing with government permits. Okay.
Oh, I won't lie to you. Kudos to our counselor, Matt. He's helped me stick handle quite a bit, but it's a shitstorm to get it done in the street. I'll tell you that.
Brother, I can't even imagine. From the horror stories I've heard from just general brewery business. No, fuck no, man.
We have cars parked there sometimes as people are setting up, and we're like going building the building looking for the owners.
Right.
And
to
one
just
year we
be
had
like,
to tow the car.
oh gosh, I imagine you would have done everything you could to avoid that, but sometimes it's got to be done. Jeez. All right, Ben. This is sick footage, by the way. This is great.
Thank
Such
you.
a vibe.
Yeah.
Do you know what I do love? I like the one thing that's important to us here. We have a nonprofit called Link Up, and one of the main things is about diversifying craft beer, because if it's just the joke is, white dudes with beards, it's not going to go anywhere. And I'm loving the just so many, because back I think when I first got into beer, there wasn't any women in breweries. It was just it was a sausage fest type thing. So I'm seeing here, this is great. This is attracting more than the. So on top of all of the other awesome things that we talked about, I think it's attracting different people from different backgrounds who potentially might not have been exposed to craft beer as
Right.
much, and you're introducing it to them in a friendly environment that doesn't feel intimidating or patronizing or anything like that. They can come in and see these cool setups, listen to the music, and just be like, hey man, it's a good vibe, try this, don't worry, you don't have to know everything about it, it's all good. I like
And
that
I
a
can
lot.
tell you from a demographics perspective, I talked about the age, right? But let's be honest. We're likely outside the businesses and what have you that we're helping to run. We're probably unorganized as fuck. And I will tell you, for the first 2 months of our ticket sales, it's 70% women that are buying the tickets.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and
That makes me very happy to hear.
and I love it, right? Because there's a sense from our perspective that a lot of the guys are the beer drinkers. It's not the case.
No.
We see it in a completely different aspect when we watch the festival. It's definitely even Steven. If not, it's actually gone the other way a bit, where there's a ton more women out there enjoying craft beer, which I absolutely adore.
Incredible. That makes me very happy to hear.
Yeah.
Django, the big Django right there. Look at that. Right into the crowd. Beautiful.
Yeah, trying to get the crowd going with the craft. That's the wish your beer moment. A couple of them go on.
Is when you're saying that, oh yeah, that dude and the lady down the bottom left there, they're loving it. So he's fucking vibing, this cat. When you say, once again, the moment, are you just making everybody cheer? Is that what it is? You say,
yeah,
everyone says it back?
Yeah, so it gets hard, right? Because it's funny, music is such a big draw, but I find at every event, if you have tents and they're further offset from the stage, people are hanging in the tents. So whoever gets on stage usually really calls the crowd out. So we spend about 5 minutes just, what I'll say, it's amazing, right? Because we'll say, come closer to the stage. And then I'll say, well, forget it. I'll get a t-shirt. Yeah. You grab one t-shirt and you want to throw it to the crowd. And it's like shark infested waters. Yeah. They're like, holy shit, I can get a fucking t-shirt. And then like,
oh my God.
It's like cattle to the trough, right? So they all run out. And again, I say that in all due respect. I love it because it's a quick way to get everybody to the crowd. And it really brings them in.
I love that. It's good you figure that out. That's beautiful. So everyone's cheersing, vibing, dancing, jamming. There's a lot of ladies here. I love that.
Yep.
Band's going hard. More
cheers. Beer moments.
Do you do that multiple times through the night?
So we probably do it, I'd say 3 times a night. But this is, I think this one here, this is the East Coast Experience, which is a great live band if you haven't seen them. And they're doing a sociable moment. And everybody's ringing up. So, and again, I wish I could show you kind of the whole stream of videos that we have, because you really get a perspective of the whole street in one of those videos. But that goes back probably another 100 feet from where they are.
Right. So it's just wall to wall, shoulder to shoulder human beings.
Yeah. Which is great. There you go. And there's our sponsors in the stage, and that's set back for pretty far back from the stage, obviously.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can really see a decent amount. Are we locked in there? We're locked in there. This is awesome, man. This just really gives us a solid, like, how do I do this? I go here. There we go. And we're back in Bizzo. Yeah, a solid, like, understanding of what it looks like, what what's going on, what the vibe is, so people can actually see that. It's and that, just even looking at that, you can kind of see the scope of the work that would go in to create something like that.
And I definitely don't, like, I avoid this whole. I have a hard time taking credit for the whole thing because we got such a great team. Like we really, really do. But it is a monumental lift to run any event, and I'm not just talking about mine, but I think anybody that does it well. There's a lot of I's to dot and T's to cross as far as legalities behind it between the fire and police and the city, any kind of permitting.
Yeah.
AGCO, God love them for a number of reasons, but they are obviously difficult at times to deal with as well. But they're a great asset to what we do too. But it's like that typical iceberg and duck situation. There's a ton of shit going underground to make it run. But I think what we've done over the period of time since 2017, and in my professional life, I'm a project manager. So I've kind of taken that perspective of what I know day to day and say, okay, how do we break this down in manageable chunks for us? And how do we build systems that are automated? How do we ensure the lift from a vendor perspective is a bit easier going for us? And how do we ensure we're well prepared for the event? And like we've worked with a lot of local partners. We got a local, for the first 6 years, I was the grumpiest ass in the world on Sunday night at 9 o'clock when I was tossing my fifth load from the back of the truck into the garage and cursing out all the stuff that's going in there. But now, like, we have a partnership with Boombox Storage, and we've got, they take things from the event back to their facilities and back to the event the next time. It's a huge lift off our shoulders, right? And again, going back to the volunteers, when I say this, Emily Hirmstra has been with us for a year. She started as a volunteer. Now she helps to lead the volunteers. Such a great community. Like, I'm always awestruck every year when we show up and I see all the familiar faces. And I hate the fact that I don't always remember all the names, but right away you resonate. And even one of the stories that came in to me, I think it was 2024, there's 2 volunteers that met at our festival and got married.
Yeah.
Like, really cool, right? And I didn't even know this. And they're talking and they're holding hands. And I remember going this. So, well, yeah, no, we're together now.
Yeah.
Really cool, right? Like, it's and that brings it back to the whole community thing.
Yeah, which has been easily the biggest theme of the chat. I love it. This
Yeah.
is fucking awesome,
Yeah.
boys. How you feel we cracked the last beer and we'll bring this
Yeah,
bad
for
boy
sure.
on home? I'm conscious of Jamie 10
time?
a.m. meeting.
I'm gonna take a washroom break if that's
You know
okay
what?
with you
Let's
guys.
all do it.
Yeah,
Let's-
I need about 30 seconds.
You
No, I'm
guys
gonna
haven't
pause.
Go in the bucket.
I gotta go too. We both got buckets, so we're gonna hit the bucket and
Okay,
we'll be
Here we
right
go.
on
Yeah,
back.
cool.
And we are back.
Right
Final
on.
beer. Final beer. What are we doing, Jamie? Talk to us.
So yeah, we're gonna do a dry hopped Italian Pilsner.
Let's go. Look at this little glorious guy. Oh, this is like 124 right after.
Yep.
Beautiful.
So we're one away. This is our latest release in the 174 series.
Here for it.
One of my favorite beers to drink is a Pilsner. I find Pilsners and lagers, I don't want to say they're boring beers, but I like to judge breweries on Pilsners and lagers because there's nothing to hide behind.
Agreed.
If you can make a good Pilsner or a lager, you're not hiding behind a boatload of hops or, adjuncts or something that you can hide the flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers, legend.
Cheers. So
Oh.
this one, like we mentioned, dry hopped a little bit. Carafoam, again, Pilsner malts, Soletta hops. I don't know a lot about them.
How do you spell that?
CELELA
Solella hops.
or
All right.
ETA, sorry.
Oh, no, I see it here. Magnum, Saz, Celia, and Tettnanger.
Yeah.
SCELEIA. That's an interesting. I'd never heard of that.
Yeah, so
Might be Italian?
I know the least amount about this beer. You'll have to ping Mark if you want to know more. He could tell you more, but
We'll take it.
I know there's different yeasts and things in there, and I don't know if it's this version, and don't quote me on this. I know what I'm saying, and I'm being recorded, but I believe there's like a champagne yeast instead of a ale yeast in this
That's
one.
fun.
So But don't quote me. And, Mark might watch this and be like, Jamie, you're an idiot. That didn't actually happen.
It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. But this is his latest release, and, very happy to drink it. Comes in at 5%. Not a big hop profile, just enough as you can taste. Kind of, it's like the IPL. It's not going to burn your face off or anything, but very, very tasty, very refreshing.
Money. Yeah, this is exactly as described. I actually just noticed the thing on the side. They have it. You got the hops on the side of the cans as well.
Yeah,
for the IPL. Yeah, this is fire. I love a good Italian Pilsner, and dry hopped is even better. So it looks like these are all we call them noble hops. The Celia, I'm not familiar if that's how you say it. I'm not familiar if that's a noble hop as well.
That's where my knowledge stops. So
You're good, brother.
I couldn't tell you. I know the other three are.
Yes, the other three
I won't comment on that.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah.
Kevin, you got this. Talk us through it, buddy.
Yeah.
Italian is a boot kind of. No.
Yeah. So I wanted to include this in. I gave you kind of 3 core beers that we have, a specialty beer that goes to a charity, and then I really did want to showcase what our 174 series and one-off stuff is, and I figured these were 2 good beers to end on. They're not blow your face off or melt your face with hops. It's just kind of a nice way to finish and round off the podcast.
This is like Crispies in my jam. So this is money. It seems that Celia hops are also known as Styrian Golding Celia, a Slovenian hop variety.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, Slovenia. Who even talks about Slovenia? I got a mate from Australia who's Slovenian.
It's a Will Ferrell old school moment right there.
Is that
exactly.
what he talks? Oh, I haven't seen that movie in forever. He talks about Slovenia?
No, it's when he takes over the whole debate in the school for the contest there, and he kind of comes out of body, and he goes off on a tangent, and then he realizes he said something really smart for a while, comes right back. It was great. It was so good to see you pick up on where Jamie left off. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was perfect. Perfect segue.
That's where my knowledge ends, and then you're like, yeah, you know what?
Yeah, you know what?
I got you.
Google, buddy.
Yeah. Don't give away your secrets.
No, I'm absolutely sorry about that. It was ChatGPT.
Exactly.
Okay, so then the flagships are obviously the bad boys with the block colors, and those are available LCBO year round, brewery, any distro, etc.
Yep.
Okay.
Grocery channels, beer store, you name it.
All
and
the fun
then
stuff.
the 174s are more I want to say local. Like, we do send out some kegs to some people that aren't local if they're, a really great customer and they want to showcase kind of a one-off thing, or sometimes we'll partner with a company to do a 174. So then it's like, hey, what beer do you want to make? And then again, fun for Mark and his team. But yeah, I just, the 174 series that we put out, we never limited run. So, when you're buying a can, like the blueberry can, like the minimum amount of these that I can buy is about 160,000 at a time. Where I can buy 1 pallet of a bullet can, buy some labels and stick them on for a limited run. So, yep, all of our 174s have those PSLs and limited release.
So Jamie, as far as the local community, when you release a 174, how quick are they to come to the brewery to pick that up?
The fastest I've ever had is about 4 minutes.
Really, eh?
Yeah. It's amazing. And what we do, so typically we'll release on like a Wednesday or Thursday so that people can purchase, hit a cutoff, and still we can deliver to them before the weekend on a Friday. And what happens is every single release, we release a newsletter. So all of our newsletter people know when they get that newsletter, there's a new beer and there's a shop now button in the middle of it. So if they like the description, they just hit that. It takes them directly to it and we ship right to their door.
Love it.
So it's pretty quick. And then you get the diehards, like, the hyper local people that, it's funny to watch. And Mel used to watch the timing of it. And it's like, wow, that was 7 minutes. And they come through the door, there's a new beer. Like, what are we fucking? It's like, yeah, there is a new beer. Here you go. Try it out.
Tuesday,
So,
11 o'clock in the morning, right?
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Exactly.
you got to get it when you got to get it. You can't
Yep,
be messing around here.
exactly.
I love it. This is fantastic. And this one, so all of the 174 series are available directly at the brewery only and via the online store. These typically don't go into any sort of distribution, whether it's licensees
Nope.
via kegs or nothing like that.
Yep. No, it's
Okay.
pretty limited. And yeah, you basically got to be on our website or get the newsletter or show up in person.
Here for it. Love it. Okay, that's beautiful. Just to clarify. Okay.
Yep.
So to sort of like round it all off, I had a really good thing. God damn it, where did it go? Fuck.
You're number
Got this-
4, eh?
Well, 6 really, I guess. Fuck. This is what happens at 3.5 hours in. I had a really good goddamn thing. I want to bring it home with the more. Okay, now here we go. The future of beer festivals and craft beer. So there was obviously it was really ramping up in the 20 teens. Things really happening in the last so towards the end of the decade. Then we got shat on for a couple of years, and then things are slowly getting back, and we're in 2025 right now as we're recording. This summer arguably is felt the most normal since COVID, as far as everyone's just out here doing their thing. It's all good. Everyone's, we're back. We're not. Things feel relatively balanced as far as as close to pre-COVID feeling. As you can get. Exactly right. So moving forward, and with all of the different factors in beer that would be affecting it, such as our good friends at Gen Z who aren't really drinking as much, the there's the sober kind of movement, the rise of non-alcs and stuff. There's the competition with seltzers, RTDs, things like that. Where do you both see beer festivals going and fitting in to the craft beer landscape? And let's keep it within craft beer specifically, because that's really what we're talking about. Where do you got? And it's a very whatever, however you feel, there's no right answer. I'm just curious the way you guys see it going, since you're both clearly very you have a great business acumen, both you guys. I was telling my missus just before about the QR code with the ice. I'm like, what the fuck, you could be there, just put like, I'm like, yeah, you've got the traceable vouchers, you just giving it to people and you know what's going on with the ROI. It's like, okay, so a lot of measurement. I'm like, yeah, I know, it's amazing. Yeah. So I just very genuinely, truly impressed with everything that you both have told me tonight. I just think it's fantastic how thoughtful you both are about your businesses. So since you both have that, a really thoughtful approach, tech forward approach as well, data driven approach, where do you guys see everything going? And how do you feel? Are you optimistic about craft beer in general and about the festival scene? All of that type of vibes.
Kevin, you want to answer that one first, or?
Yeah, I got a couple different avenues to it. Like, I think the big thing for me is we're continually reaching out to our attendees, our vendors, for feedback. Right? I'm not a monumental shift guy. I don't want to change the landscape if we're doing it well. I want to shift side to side and make it a bit better when we can. We're in this me here AI kind of world right now. We recognize that, and I think if we can bring some of that technology to what we do right now in the festival landscape, it would be great. I remember a couple of years ago I had said, and the AGCO was blunt to this, but it would be great if I could go, like I said to you before, right? I'm going out and grabbing two of every beer. It would be awesome if I could go to a site and say, like you just said, Jamie, I'm a Pilsner guy. Type in Pilsner, and from a community / delivery / whatever you want to see, you get all the Pilsners in the area and you can build a case of 2 for and bring it to your door. Yeah. I think that same thing resonates from a festival perspective. Like, our Cork and Fork experience allows people to bring now this year product home at the end of the event or delivery. I really do think there's an opportunity there from my perspective on the festival goer side. Like, We got excited about the idea about QR codes for the vendors, and I get it. But what about QR codes for the attendees? So and by the way, I will say this. I don't know why it took me this long, Jamie. Like, I've recognized this before, but you have QR codes on your main series, and I
Yep.
love it.
Yes.
Right? Like,
Yep.
I drove into that, and I thought it was fucking awesome. So,
With
like,
the Broadhead logo on there too. Just like, let's not.
yeah,
It's
it's
so
really,
cool.
it's
Custom.
great, right? So, how cool will it be to go through a festival, let's say, and be able to say, I really love that beer, and it was a limited series. I'm hitting it right away. I'm ordering 4. I'm going to the next one. I really love that. I'm ordering 6, and have some sort of packaged product at the end of your event. And I know
Or you can
I'm
pay
dreaming it.
beforehand and pick it up as you leave.
I
Yep.
would love that, or delivery. And we've offered that. We've talked to the AGCO about that. They
That's
said
sick.
that, and you'll laugh at this, Jamie, for a second, because I know we've talked about this.
Yep.
Breweries cannot have a third party delivering their product. They got to be able to be in managing delivery. I said, yeah, but we'd have volunteers being able to package that product and send it out. So going back to what you said, how do you see it evolving or where it's going? You know, the time and the stories are great, but in that moment, wouldn't it be cool to package up an old school 2-4 of beers from the festival and be able to say, that's being delivered on the Monday. I left on the Saturday. I'm having something delivered to my house on the Monday. Right.
Yep.
So I see there being an opportunity there to build on what we have, to be able to provide a way forward for some of the breweries and that are participating, for sure.
And I agree with that. I think you need to do something, and we're not far off. You know, you get a little bit different license, or you run something. You know, from my perspective, Navin Market. You know, we go to a market, I can sell a 6-pack, no problem. In real time, somebody can throw it in a bag and walk away, but they can't do that at your festival.
Right now,
So
they can't do a public event, but at our Cork and Fork are doing an industry promotional, and
yeah,
a public, and they can.
yeah. So I think a lot of this is evolving, and I think we're going to see the speed of things, especially in Ontario. I feel like Ontario's kind of behind the times. Like I had people I've been at seminars, I've been on panels about, trying to get beer in convenience stores, and it blew my mind that, for Kevin and I, we can drive 5 minutes across the border, go to a deepener, pick up whatever beer we want in Quebec, but I can't do that here. Like, and I didn't think it would ever happen, and lo and behold, now I service over 250 convenience stores. Like, it's just, the things are evolving quicker. I think you're right, and I think breweries need to, one thing I learned in COVID is we're really good at pivoting and changing and doing things, and everybody's a little bit unique in their brand. So for me, what I'm seeing a lot of is, I'll have a father or a mother come in, and I'm picking up a few beers for me and my kids, and I love your blueberries. So they'll grab a 6-pack and they'll snap 3 of the ones that we drank tonight, and then they'll snap 3 of our non-alc version of the
Yeah.
blueberry next to it, and they're walking out with a 6-pack, and 3 of them have alcohol in them and 3 of them don't. And I have seen a progression over a 2-year period where our volumes of our NA products just continually rise.
Really,
So, yep. And everybody knew there's 2 beers that people bug me about all the time. Our salted cucumber gosa. Everybody wants that beer. The brewers love it, but we puree a literal truckload of cucumbers with emulsion blenders, and like the amount of labor that goes into that beer. We don't make money, but the following of that beer, we make it once a year anyways. And our Mexican lager with lime, same thing.
oh yeah, yeah.
I try and make one batch of it every year, and I'm like, I'm only going to do 20 hex, and then before you know it, I've put out 200 hex of it. We've done 8 batches. So we made a non-alc version of the Mexican lager with lime, and the NA versions when we first launched, if we had 10% of the sales, we were like, yes. Now it's a constant growth with those NAs, to the
Really,
point where our brewery is talking about one of the next investments that we need to make is a serious pasteurization tunnel, because you can't ignore, again, what does the public want? If they're going to buy 30 or 40% of their beers as an NA product, you better make it well, and we better invest in the equipment that can do it. So our guys are doing manual pasteurization right now, and that works. But as those volumes climb, if I want to keep those employees happy and my customers happy, we better get really consistent with it. And those brewers better be happy and have the right equipment to do it. So it's a serious consideration for me. I'm not opposed to making an RTD or something like that, but I find, at least in Ontario anyways, the stats and data on like seltzers and that kind of thing, like really peaked and then really died.
Interesting.
So I find that was a bit of a fad. But yeah, it's definitely a thing where, my father's generation drank heavily. Even my generation, I'd say, coming out of, college and university was, you didn't think anything of it to put 12 back in a night. And I'm not a big dude, but the new generation and some of my employees and my employees' kids that are coming out of university now literally think alcohol's the devil. So it's
Really?
how do you cater to that group? And for us, I watch the stats, the lemonades, the pops, the non-alcoholic versions in our tap room are on a steady incline. So I don't know if it's a shift towards provide more of the entertainment and a little bit less of the beer. I'm not sure, but give people the grounds to be together and be social, and I think you'll be okay.
Well, Jamie, I can say first before you finish off here is that we've seen a steady increase as well. People requesting a discounted price for DDs.
Yeah.
Okay, we did that for our event, like a $10 ticket for DDs, and we just kind of did like a trust-based thing that they weren't going to go in order.
Well, we give a different bracelet,
so
for
then
them.
you can. Then
So,
they kind
but
of.
at the end of the day, yeah, it's a trust thing, right? Obviously, but from my perspective, it's a small investment in ensuring that we're doing the right thing to make sure that people are getting home safely.
How do you, from a festival perspective, make sure that there's enough non-alc options, being that it's up to the vendors who bring what they bring, or is it not?
Well, no, it is totally. Like that's the gluten-free option as well, right? So we get a product list and we share it across the board. If there's non-alcoholic options, we share it. A lot of the food trucks obviously give that perspective, but from a beer or otherwise, there are options at play, and more we're seeing it as something that's being offered at the event. And we share that product list as we go along. Yeah.
Interesting. This is all fascinating. This is essentially in line with everything that I've kind of heard, and I hadn't heard that Gen Z thinks alcohol is the devil. That's pretty funny. But I mean, like, I know that there's like my girlfriend's cousin. He works for us. He's 27. His girlfriend is 26, just turned 26, and she was telling us. So she's like one of the youngest people that we know. So everything we always go, like, whatever she's doing, I'm like, oh, you're on TikTok like that? All right, what are you doing, child? Like, what's going on? And I mean that with respect. She's lovely. But she says that her and her friends go out to have magnesium cocktails when they go out. So no alcohol,
Really?
magnesium, which I thought made you shit, but like maybe it makes you sleepy because I have the pills at night. But you have magnesium. You take a spoonful of that, ooh, it's clean you out, man. That's what they're about. Like my girlfriend's cousin, 27. I put him on to craft beer, and he knows what's up. And he's from England, so he knows. I've really put him on what's going on. So they are just noticing what they're saying. So I see him, and he's kind of more like us as millennials, and then his missus is more like a more traditional Gen Z that just isn't. She drinks for sure, but they're a little more conscious, and it's probably for the best physically for them. Good, I'm happy for them. But the three of us were conditioned for pub culture. This is what I learned from an Australian. We had an Aussie brewery on recently, and dude was like, think about during like when we were all like in Australia, it's 18, here 19. You turn of age, and what do? You go to the pub. You go to the club. You go
Some
to
of
that.
us don't wait till age, but go ahead.
Sure, we would, yeah. Well, some of us, we're not all pussy holes. We're drinking beforehand, but we're not. I looked 12, so I wasn't going out. But we were drinking since we were whatever 15 or something. So we're going hard. We're smoking weed. We're doing all this stuff because that's you want to rebel or whatever. And as soon as you're of age, everybody that you're around, what we do? Hey, let's go for a drink. Let's grab a drink. We meet up. We go for a drink. What do you know? And then that's our culture. That's just what we do. In the Western countries, I can speak for at least Canada, Australia, UK, America, New Zealand, kind of quite similar. Now, if you're looking at the people who turned of age during COVID, think about those folks. Imagine turning 19 in 2020, and then you're like,
what do I
I'm
do?
just at home. And if you're not naughty and having things before you're of age, like you are not indoctrinated. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just a funny word to use for it. They're indoctrinated into pub culture. So they're just like, they are not used to just going out to drink. And that's what we all did. So there's this whole new generation of people who are just not as conscious of it. And it could also be because their parents, you don't want to do what your parents do. And I don't have children, but we are the age of, you guys said you both have kids, so I imagine if I had kids at a reasonable age, they would probably be old, and they might be like, ugh, dad drinks craft beer, fuck that, I'm not doing that, fuck that shit, that's it. So I'm like, I get it. It's either you think it's cool or you don't think it's cool, so then they could be just avoiding it because we're all into it. So there's this whole interesting culture of like this new generation that can still be serviced though, because of exactly what you were saying just before, Jamie, as far as like bringing people, the community again, once again, that's easily the theme of the evening, community. But sometimes they don't want that alcohol. And if you've got the options, it's almost like you want to cater to them and make sure that they got whatever they want. Whenever we go to the States, I find American breweries always have not just the non-alc stuff, but always have like, you go to different places, they'll have draft wine, draft cocktails. And my girlfriend, who co-founded the podcast, is sort of been backing off on beer a bit just for calories reasons. She always sips everything I have, but calories reasons. So we're cruising through the States and she wants to get the wine or whatever there. And she always feels so catered to there, a little bit more so than here. And it's probably regulation based, as far as like, it's a little more difficult to be able to serve. You have to get the different license or whatever. But a lot of places in the States are a little more chill. So you're able to get these different things. So I see American breweries as bars. People see them as a bar. It's not a brewery. It's just like a place that you go. You just go to. So all of that to say, it's more like catering the future, and kind of based on what you both were saying. It seems like the future is based on making sure that everyone is catered to, whether you want non-alc, whether you want ready to drink, whether you want wine, whether you want just beer, like standard ass beer, and just making sure everyone's catered. But
1,000% where we're going towards, for sure.
Contributing that community, which you both do very well. And be able to go to a beer festival and be like, well, I'll go to a beer festival, but it'd be cool to get a seltzer or a wine or a cocktail or a non-alcoholic anything.
But what's funny,
I never had anybody in the early years come up to my booth and say, do you have any beers that I can drink an entire glass that is around 100 calories? Like that didn't happen. That never happened back in the day. Now, all the time.
100 calories.
That's yeah. So
that'd be fun.
And but you can do, so like my lager, and I don't know if you remember this, Kev. Our original lager, same can, when we produced it, it was a 5 or a 5.1, and we rebranded that beer and we brewed it, not diluted, brewed it at 3.5. Our sales like quadrupled. And literally, it's for that reason. Because, and I asked, like, my litmus test is I play on 2, baseball teams. I play on a couple hockey teams, and, I'm the guys that play with me are lucky. I show up and here's a couple cases of beer, boys, like after the games, right?
Where are you
And
playing?
they
Yeah,
love it
good mate to have.
because they can drink a couple of light lagers and drive home.
Mm.
And they're okay because it's a 3.5%. And they don't have to worry, but it still tastes like a beer.
Yeah,
Where you do that with a couple of NEIPAs, you can't drive home. And I think that conscious thing now of, you know, these people that are much more educated. And I mean, let's be honest, you know, I'm dating myself a little bit. I was an 80s baby, 1980s baby. And, you know, all through school and everything, it got hammered bad. Like mothers against drunk drivers, don't drink and drive, don't drink and drive, don't drink and drive. And, you know, I grew up in the country on a 1,600-acre dairy farm. Like, you know, zip tie a block under your gas pedal so that you can't drive over 25. So if you go off the road, you bump into something was our theory behind making sure you got home safe. And, you know, you talk to 20-year-olds now, the mindset is completely opposite. Like, you guys are crazy that you would even get behind the wheel after one or two beers.
It's so
like,
funny you say
crazy.
that, Jamie, because the other day I was driving my daughter to school. She's 15 years old.
Yeah.
And we're talking about, you know, the pressures of school and what have you. And I had the opportunity to drive her, and we don't share too much of what we did when we grew up, obviously, right? But she's asking about drinking, and at the time, it's, and you say 80s, I say 70s. So, and
Yep.
she goes, she goes to me, she says, "Well, Dad, like, you know, did you?" I said, "Well, Grandpa's 50s were being taken off out of the fridge on a daily basis and put in our sacks for the parties on the weekends, so we wouldn't recognize they're gone, right?"
Yeah.
And
and you do the sock trick so they don't clink and
don't clink, exactly, in the green bag. And I still realize, as I was talking, I'm like, and I realized this in the moment. I'm like, and I hitchhiked from Ottawa to Toronto when I was 15. And I'm like, such a generational difference from what you are now. And it's, I think the intertwining of a social event and drinking sometimes, and we're going off the rails a bit here, is like we have neighbors of ours who we do this, you know, dry September, dry October, whatever it might be. And the second it happens, it's like an itch and a scratch. Yeah. Because like you realize the social event brings people together, and the reason they're together is just sharing a drink together. And it's not necessarily to get drunk. It's just you're hanging out, you're having a good time, you're having a drink, you're relaxing. And
maybe you can comment on this better than me. When we started, events weren't cut off at 9, 10, 11 o'clock. You served until the maximum. The goal was like cram as much beer at those people as you possibly can. And I find now, even myself, like my favorite is going to your Saturday afternoon session.
It is.
And it's because I'm out by dinner time, and now I can go do whatever I want, but I prime myself at your event, but I'm not sloppy and I'm coherent.
Fuck, you're old.
Yeah, I know. I'm very old. But I think like it's different. Like you cut your events off at a reasonable hour. You don't go till 2 or 3 in the morning.
No, but we're also mandated by the city to make sure it's done by 11 o'clock. So we have our token booth closes at 10, last call at 10:30, and it's still a struggle to get people at the gates by 11. And I can thank my wife, because I think she gets frustrated by 11:15, and she's on the megaphone cursing the I don't hear that out of her mouth very often, but she's like, yeah,
your time to go.
Yeah. So, you know, I think it's a sign of the times. Right.
Yep.
Anyways.
Yeah, but for me, I think it's one of those things. I think, you know, the old feeling of, you know, even yourself, like you're sitting at my bar or whatever, and I walk in, I'm probably going to sit down and order a pint and we're going to have a conversation. I don't think that's going anywhere. And, you know, my heritage, my mom married my stepdad, and my stepdad is a true Irish Catholic with 19 brothers and sisters. Everything they did in Ireland, you went to the pub. You picked up your paycheck at the pub. You met you met your boss at the pub. You met your family at the pub. And when they visit us, they can't believe, like, they don't have a beer store or a liquor store. You much to your comment about takeaway, you go to the pub and you convince the bartender to sell you that bottle on your way out. And everything was centered around the pub, and it's kind of the way that I grew up. You know, everything was in that social event. You met in that place. You talked to the people that you wanted to that were local, and then you go home on your merry way. And I find my brewery, I structure it the same way. As you know, we have hours up on Google and everything, and our motto is we stay open late. If it's packed, we'll keep going. If it's not, we're going to close the doors. Like, it's just
great.
And
man.
if that's at 9, good, we're done. See you later. See you tomorrow, type of thing.
You know what? That's the attraction to the East Coast sometimes in Canada.
They do that,
honestly, because
Yep.
their pubs are honestly structured so different than our pubs here.
Yep.
Right?
British?
Culture is so different. It's great.
Yeah.
The Aussie pubs are like that too. Like, everything was centered around just sort of like going out for a drink. It's because it's a very
awesome.
British culture. Yeah, so it is cool, right? It is like
It is.
it's not necessarily all about getting drunk. It's just sort of what you do. It's just like, yeah, you meet the pub.
It's that synergy, right? Like, everybody needs to remember the reason, the actual reason behind a cheers, which I'm assuming you guys know.
But say it for the people.
Maybe you don't. Well, so you're meeting somebody, you might be a lord of your area or whatever. You have your castle, you have your stuff. You're meeting somebody that might be an enemy or
Have your
a
ring.
friend, and what
Keep
you
going.
do is clink your glasses together so that your liquids spill into each other's drinks.
Oh, so you don't kill each other. Yeah.
So it was a show of respect that, hey, you're not going to kill me, and cheers. And then you go on your merry way, and you both drink that drink. So you're kind of spilling each other's germs into each other. And that's the social aspect for me. Meet the person you're meeting, have a good chat, have a pint, and, rub elbows and have a good chin wag.
I love it, man. And I'll just end with something quickly on this one, because at the lower deck in Halifax, we had gone out for a friend's wedding in Halifax a couple of years ago, and I had been in the lower deck probably 15 to 20 times before there. And if you guys know the lower deck at all, it serves dark rum and beer. That's it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Old. If you've been there, Jamie.
Yep.
Okay. So
it's been a long, like, I was 19 when I went there, so it's been over 25 years.
I just went back a couple of years ago, and we literally spent, out of 3 days, we probably spent 74 hours in the lower deck. Right.
Yeah.
And such a beautiful vibe. And one of the things that stood out to me in that place was, you go there, and when I went there the last time, it was one of these moments where I was so excited as my wife and other people that I haven't been there before with, right? And I was going around, I'm cheersing everybody and so happy. And one of the locals said, I can always tell when somebody first comes to the lower deck. And I'm like, fuck, I've been here 20 times. Just absolutely fucking love it. Right.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a great vibe being in a community where everybody's so happy and excited to be there and sharing stories. And, it's a throwback to what you said about Australia. We were talking about cheersing, same idea.
Yep.
It resonates, man. It really does.
That East Coast it's a special place. Yep.
I love it.
That sounds amazing.
You'll end up in somebody's kitchen with a guitar on your lap, singing tunes and having pints that you do not know. That happened to me in real life.
Yeah.
Same thing here.
Yeah.
I heard about the kitchen parties through Classified. Like the Halifax dude.
Yeah, Classified is great, man.
Yeah, like that's what when I first moved to Canada, like 20 years ago, I came here for a year, and like people put me onto classified. I was like, "What the fuck is this all about?" I had no idea. And
Yeah.
it's funny how, like the colonies, I guess like every Canada, Australia, New Zealand, whatever, we're all from essentially the culturally relative back to England, Ireland, Wales, Scotland, etc. And it's like
Yeah.
it's cool to hear these anecdotes that maybe Toronto or Ontario isn't as aligned with that, but there's places like out in the East Coast, in the Maritimes, that really do keep that alive a little bit more. That sounds a lot more, I bet it's probably like Newfoundland and things like that as well, but keeps it sounds like what I grew up with. If you're going out with the family for dinner, you go to the pub, or it's just what you did. If let's go to the pub for dinner, like, all right, sweet, like you have a chicken parma and a pint.
Yep.
Like it's just, or pot in
Literally.
Australia, actually.
And in Newfoundland, when you said that, we went to a wedding in Newfoundland just recently. Recently, I say 5 years ago,
Close
and
enough.
recently, and
It works for me.
same thing. We got there, and we were like, got to this house family party, and we are saying how we're staying in this old fishery in downtown Newfoundland, which is a beautiful place. And there's this older couple, probably in their 70s, who were so pissed off that we were staying there, saying, "Why? We've got a fucking room
Yeah.
here, and we'll breakfast, dinner on us, and we're talking about 4 days.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit? Just come on and enjoy it." And that vibe is so fantastic, like so great.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
that's
it's the East Coast vibe. They're on another level.
You guys are selling me. I've got to get my fucking ass out there. God damn it.
You haven't gone yet?
No, bro. I'm every time we travel, it ends up not being Canada. Obviously, more like this summer, we didn't really go anywhere else. We traveled a lot around Ontario, a bit of Quebec, but I just haven't been out east. It's just like it always felt like.
So here it goes.
Talk to me.
Take the podcast on the road for 1 weekend, and we'll
just go down there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Test all the theories. Stand on a busy street and step out and don't look, and every car will stop.
Oh, it's like Toronto like 20 years ago type shit.
Yeah, it's
but they do that.
It's nuts. They're just at a different pace of life. They're at a really good pace of life, is what they're at.
Perfect pace of life.
Yeah, it sounds glorious. I've heard, and everything's like cheap, affordable. Seafood, the seafood is like incredible from what I hear, and that's what I'm all about. So I'm like, I gotta get out there. All right,
so when are we going?
You guys, you guys sold me, guys. Honestly, we hit 4 hours. I'm not even surprised. Honestly, thank you both for your time, for all your insights. This was fantastic. I feel like I know we went on a whole bunch of tangents, but I feel like we really dropped a lot of gems here. When I say we, I mean you two. Thank you both for everything that you're doing for the community, for bringing people together, for being passionate about craft beer, and just keeping it pushing and bringing more people in, and just for sharing that knowledge as well. You guys were very transparent and very honest with everything tonight, and I appreciate that a lot. And I'm sure that whether you're in the industry or when I say you, I mean the audience, whether someone's in the industry or just a drinker or otherwise, just would have learned a lot from what you guys shared tonight. So I appreciate you both immensely. This was super fun. We need to get lit in person at some point. This is a vibe. You guys
look us up when you come to Ottawa, and from
vice
all
versa.
of us at Broadhead. Thanks for having us on and featuring us. We love this kind of thing.
Yeah, this has been great, man. Thanks so much.
It's a genuine pleasure. Once again, like we talked about earlier, stick around. We'll finish up off air. Where can and we'll go from both of you. For you, Kevin, where can everybody find Orléans Festival and everything, all of your stuff? Where can they find it online?
So yeah, we're branded as OrléansFestivals.ca. You can find us as Kanata Craft Beer Fest.ca as well.
Okay.
Obviously, have a peek at the vendors, musicians, and we hope to see you there.
And just want to shout that out. So the Kanata Craft Beer Festival, September 19th to 20th, and this podcast will be out before then. The Orléans Cork and Fork Festival is November 7th to 8th. And it's Orléans Festivals on Instagram, at Orléans Festivals on Instagram, and same on Facebook, and Orléans Fest on Twitter, which is great that you got all of this up on your website. Makes it very easy.
Thank you.
So check them out. Get your tickets. Do not mess around because it's a fucking vibe. Jamie, Broadhead. Where can everybody find Broadhead online and in real life?
Yep, broadheadbeer.com. That's our main page that goes directly to our brewery. That's for anything shopping online, provincial shipping, and that kind of thing. Everywhere else you can find us is retail. We don't blanket the whole province, but if you're at an LCBO or a beer store, ask for us. We more than likely will be in there, and a lot of our core beers are out and into the world. So just look for those Crayola colored cans.
Great
Love
craft
to see
beers,
it.
buddy.
Fuck yeah, they are. This was a banger. Gentlemen, thank you again. Stick around afterwards. We'll finish up off air, but this was an honor and a pleasure. Folks, thank you so much for watching and listening. If you enjoyed the episode, smash the thumbs up, hit subscribe below, hit that notification bell so
Thank you very
know
much.
when thank you. So you know when the new drops. Follow us everywhere at BOS Podcast. Check out the long form audio. Give us 5 stars. Not for me. God damn it, no. Give it for Orleans Festival from Broadhead because they are fucking legends. We'll see you on the next one, guys. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.